I know, which is
because I was paying
30
like
years
I know
too late. But
I know.
Okay.
I'm
Better
paying
late
like
than never.
25
What's the prize
bucks a
money up
season.
to on Survivor now?
It's still $1 million. They didn't adjust to inflation, but one time it was $2 million when they did Survivor All Stars. But that was back 2020, 2019. But point is, I was paying 25 bucks a season, so I just did the Paramount Plus thing. But I think I'm gonna add more because the ads are just so annoying.
Really?
Yeah, and I'm gonna be one of those people that they love.
Yes.
Anyway, let's go to Geeta, because she knows much more than I do on this. Geeta Ranganathan, she covers U.S. media, senior Bloomberg Intelligence senior industry analyst. Hey, Geeta, so there was like a little bit of good, a little bit of bad. What's my broader takeaway from that?
Yes, you're absolutely right, Alex. Streaming was definitely a key positive, and you're absolutely right in terms of the subscriber numbers. Those came in slightly ahead of estimates. The bigger positive was the ARPU trends. So remember, Wall Street has now kind of shifted its focus away from just subscriber growth to revenue growth as well as profitability. And they kind of scored pretty well on the revenue growth metrics as well. So ARPU increased about 30% through the year, and that's on the back of a price increase. And then the next thing, of course, to look at was profitability, and their losses narrowed. So they're obviously taking a step in the right direction. I think what investors are kind of really cheering, though, is that they did articulate some kind of strategy to kind of get to profitability, and they outlined a time frame as well. So 2025 is when they're expecting Paramount Plus profitability, which is definitely, I think, good news. The question is, I'm not sure whether it's enough.
Yep. I mean, the stock is up 4.3% today. That's the good news. The bad news is it's down 22% year to date, and it's down about 45% over the last year. And Geeta, before we move forward here, we have a big discussion internally here in the studio. Do you prefer the pronunciation of your first name, Geeta, T-H, or Geeta with a T?
It's TH, so Geeta.
Boom!
Oh,
Told you guys.
Oh, John Tucker, thank you for schooling us.
I thought you told me like years ago. I was forgetting.
Well, see, I've known Geeta and I have worked together for 15 years, you know, and she just doesn't even bother to correct me anymore. So I figured, you know, if it's, I'm going to just stick with it.
Thank you for validating us.
What was the interview with Paul
like?
like? Was it intimidating when he interviewed you for your job?
I begged Geeta to join me. I begged Geeta to join me. She did, and it was the best thing we ever did. So, Geeta, I guess the bigger picture here with Paramount is, what does the ownership here want to do with the company? And it appears by all accounts that they're just not big enough to compete against some of these big technology companies, some of these big media companies like a Netflix, like a Disney. And boy, there's a lot of speculation around Paramount. Did they address that at all?
They didn't. I mean, the one thing, though, that, you know, I think Bob Bakish got out of the way was they are going to do something that is good for all shareholders. He kind of underlined that because there has been this constant, you know, question about whether, you know, Sherry Redstone is kind of just going to cash out and leave everybody else hanging. And so he wanted to, you know, kind of get that out of the way. But again, I think the focus is going to come, you know, the M&A options, Paul, and we've discussed this, seem to be shrinking at this point. You know, Warner Brothers Discovery obviously said they're no longer interested. Other firms have kind of taken a look. Apollo being one of them said not interested. The only interested party right now is Skydance, controlled by David Ellison. But again, he's really not, there's really no natural buyer for all of the assets. He's not interested in controlling some TV networks. He's only really looking at the studio. So again, I'm not sure that Paramount management necessarily wants to do kind of a parts sale here. So I think they're going to kind of go back and focus on fundamentals. I think some of that the unrealistic M&A expectations are kind of going to subside a little bit. We're going to go back to fundamentals, I think, for the time being.
Well, to that point then, did they buy themselves some time? Because I could make an argument that, okay, well, the slowing in ad sales, maybe that's an industry-wide thing. Okay, other players are getting hit. They did add some streaming subscribers, so they have some time now that they might not have had 24 hours ago. Is that a real statement or no?
I think so. I definitely think so, because with streaming, what we're going to see is we're going to see some sustained momentum in those ARPU increases. So they're doing more, international price increases. They've kind of integrated Showtime into Paramount, and with that, they've been able to take some price increases. So we're going to kind of see that play out to pretty much most of 2024. The question is what happens after 2024, but they definitely have bought themselves some time.
So what is the outlook for the studio here, Geeta?
studio, unfortunately, for 2024 looks really, really bleak. So the big movie, of course, that everybody was kind of looking at was Mission Impossible. That's been pushed out to 2025. We do have a few movies here and there. I mean, you have Quiet Place that's coming out in June. There's obviously some anticipation building there. But again, in general, Paul, the box office outlook for 2024 is just pretty weak. And that's just because of all of those Hollywood strikes that's pushed out a lot of movies into 2025. It's kind of going to shave off, I think, at least $2 billion off the box office.
But presumably we're going to look through that, right? I mean, presumably they're going to recoup that and they'll be pent up in 2025?
That is the big question, right? Yes, we've seen kind of box office demand, in general kind of come back. But it's still about 20% below pre-pandemic levels. So the big question is, okay, when all of those big titles kind of hit the screens in 2025, are we kind of going to see a bigger resurgence? The jury is still out. I think, yes, it's definitely going to be better than 2024. Is it going to be as good as it was, in its heyday? I'm not so sure.
So, Geetha, how about the CBS television network and the Viacom cable networks? One point that was such a big part of this company here. Talk to us about the advertising, the television advertising market. What's kind of the forecast for the next several years? Is it a growing business? Is it a declining business?
It's a melting ice cube, Paul, just like, just like the whole pay TV ecosystem. So, this used to be back in the day about a 60 billion market. It's shrunk. It's going to probably hit about 45 billion by the end of next year. And really, this is just kind of a progression of where all the eyeballs are moving. So they're moving away from the linear TV networks to streaming. And so we're seeing kind of those ad dollars follow those eyeballs and going from, the TV medium to what is now called connected TV, which is really all the streaming platforms. And, you're using all your connected TV devices, the Rokus and the Google sticks and all of that to kind of watch television. And that's where all of the advertising is moving as well. Unfortunately, Paramount doesn't have too much of a presence there. Yes, they do have, Pluto TV, which is their solution, but it's not going to be able to kind of offset the leakage that we're seeing in the television ecosystem. And that is really a problem for all of these media companies, for Paramount a little bit more so.
But here's the thing. If they wind up just doing advertising on streaming, isn't it going to be eventually kind of shake out the same?
So that has been kind of their whole spiel. I mean, of course, they're saying that, they can reclaim some of those lost dollars. The problem is the digital ad space is getting really, really crowded as well. And so, again, it depends on who has the most watch time. Netflix dominates. They have about 2.5 hours of viewing time every day. Disney Plus is, follows very closely. And now the biggest blow really to all of these players has been Amazon, because they just came out about a month ago and they've introduced advertising on their, Prime Video service. And that is really kind of shaking up the whole digital ad market. So if you're a subscale player, chances are you're not going to really be able to make a dent even in the digital ad space.
Wow, interesting. All right, Geetha, thanks so much for joining us there. Geetha Raghunathan, analyst on U.S. media for Bloomberg Intelligence. Geetha Raghunathan. Joining us from the headquarters of Bloomberg Intelligence down in Princeton, New Jersey. Boy, I don't, that melting ice cube, that's not good.
Yeah, just that sentence wasn't good.
Yeah, that's not good for them. But I just don't know what they do. I don't know what the end game is here.
What's funny is, this is a total side note, but my daughter grew up without commercials because we never had linear TV. We had just like Netflix, right? And now she's experiencing commercials because all these streaming players have commercials. And so now she quotes all these, she's 9, by the way. So she can quote all these commercials now and she likes them and wants to be with them. And she rails against car commercials.
Really?
I don't know what that is. She's like, who needs all these cars? This is ridiculous. I don't want to see this. So I feel like I'm going to have to pay up for the non-commercial ones now.
Yeah, a lot of people do. A lot of people do.
Well, it just shaves time too, right? And they're only going to that block between segments is only going to get more and more. I'm thinking.
Yep. And if you're on broadcast and cable television, what are the advertisers? They're not the car companies. They're not Coca-Cola. They're healthcare. You need this drug for this problem. And
as my husband loves, he's like, I have all these problems. It's like, I don't want to see this on TV.
Exactly.
Such a good point.
All right, with our news in New York City, here's Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Paul, Alex, and John. The Supreme Court has agreed to rule on Donald Trump's bid for immunity from criminal prosecution over interference in the 2020 election. The decision raises the prospect that any trial of the former president could face a long delay, potentially until after the November election. We get more from Greg Vallier, Chief U.S. Policy Strategist at AGF Investments.
I think, though, the real angle here is how long this could delay the process. I mean, Trump is brilliant at delaying and appealing, dragging things out. And I think that this Supreme Court case could go well into the summer, maybe into the fall. Could we have an inauguration with these legal charges still hanging over Trump?
This latest development comes as Illinois becomes the third state to bar Trump from the primary ballot. Gaza's health ministry says at least 70 people were killed in a strike early today on a crowd of Palestinians waiting for humanitarian aid in Gaza City. The ministry says it brings the total number of those killed since the start of the Israel-Hamas war to more than 30,000. Ukrainian officials are concerned that Russian advances could gain significant momentum by the summer. Kyiv is calling on allies to help increase its supply of ammunition. Large brush fires in the panhandle of Texas have forced residents to flee their homes, though many were blocked in by flames. 60 counties have been declared disaster areas by the governor. In the town of Fritch, Texas, this man fled the wildfire.
I got burnt trying to get out of there. Lost 8 dogs and 10 ducks, or 8 ducks.
Authorities have not said what ignited the fires, but strong winds, dry grass, and warm temperatures fed the blazes. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg.
I want a bank that shows me what I spend instantly.
We're Monzo. Give us a go. See?
I want a bank that can help me budget for the things I need, like a new leather jacket for Bingo.
We can do that.
Bingo's my cockapoo.
Hi, Bingo.
It's a real faff to sign up.
It takes less than 10 minutes.
Race you.
You're on. Time's up. How'd you get on?
It's a draw.
Is it? We hear you, Bingo. You make Monzo Monzo.
Okay, today I'm going to talk about how to succeed with a startup. Obviously, more than can be said here in 20 minutes, but I will do the best I can. The most important thing, the number one lesson we try to teach startups is that the degree to which you're successful approximates the degree to which you build a product that is so good, people spontaneously tell their friends about it. Startups always ask us for the secret to success. They always want to believe it's something other than this, because this is really hard to do. But this is it. If you can build a product that is so good, people spontaneously tell their friends about it, you have done 80% of the work that you need to be a really successful startup. If you think about the most successful companies you know, Google, Facebook, whatever, you probably found out about them because a friend of yours said, you got to try this, it's great. So this is the bar. Something that people love so much they tell their friends about it. One important indicator for a product like that is a product that's simple to explain and easy to understand. If you can't explain in a few words what you do, and if at least some people don't say, oh, that's pretty interesting, that's usually a mistake. It's usually a sign of unclear thinking or a need that is not big enough.
Slootman stepping down from that role. Snowflake shares right now are down just about 20%. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business.
Paul from the UK, and I'm the inventor of the Gel Razor. And today I'm looking for an angel investor to fund my project, the Gel Razor, whether that's a working concept and working prototype or manufacturing possibilities with investment or to get me a licensing deal secured. If you go in any supermarket today, you will see packets of razors sold separately with tins of mousse or gel. Hence I developed the all-in-one. The idea is you pressurize the handle, the gel flows through the reservoir up to the head of the razor, coating the blades, ready for shave. My target market is 18 plus, male or female, male blue version, female pink version. What I'm looking for in an investor is someone who's passionate, determined, shares my vision. That's an important step for me, and willing to succeed as I wanted to succeed myself. Patented in the UK in 2021 September. With copyright protection, I have a logo for the Gel Razor, which you will see on my LinkedIn profile. Currently working with a company in the US who have done me a lovely sell sheet. Big up to them guys. So if you're interested, contact me on LinkedIn profile, Paul J. Gwilt, GWILT, or email me at mufc219@gmail.com.
PQ tomorrow in the morning, yeah, and we're going to run it on the close show. What are the best questions to ask? Because I'm really interested in kind of when they see the trough really materializing, how long that trough actually may last.
Yeah, so I think we are getting closer to the trough, right? I think next quarter is going to be the trough in terms of a PC revenue side. If we think about it from this perspective, you want to ask along the lines of why are they so bullish on the second half? If looking at the back of the envelope math, it looks like they need about 10% second half growth versus first half growth. Typically, it's about 5% second half growth versus first half. So it's going to be well above seasonality. So some of those drivers may be, as they said on the call, is higher pricing. So PC prices are going to come up, as well as possibly some timing on the incremental contribution to AI PCs. And I opened a Pandora box, I believe.
Because I'm just looking at the PGO function, which kind of breaks down kind of their revenue, where it comes from. Commercial is a big part of their business. Talk to us about the buying cycle on the commercial side, the enterprise side, Woosh. Is it every 2-3 years? Is it predictable? And where are we?
Yeah, so we're actually on the beginning end, the beginning or the start of the PC refresh cycle from the pre-COVID times, right? Typical refresh cycles for PCs are about 4 years, and then we get new ones. Now, this lies into my concern. If the PCs are running okay and the budgetary dollars are, the corporate dollars are still fairly tight, I would like to say that they would like to hold on to those PCs for another 6 months to a year, and that would fall into fiscal 2025. The other thing that concerns me in terms of this particular PC cycle is the emergence of AI PCs. We don't know.
Woojin, wait, real quick.
Yeah.
What's an AI PC?
Well, an AI PC is a PC that has specific artificial intelligence chips provided by Intel or AMD and can run AI functionality. That's actually, there's a lot of hype on AI PCs starting from CES even last year. And we're going to start seeing the ramp up at the second half of this year and materialize even more in 2025. So my issue with the AI PC ramp up cycle, I do think it's going to materialize. It's just that there's no application ecosystem to help support it right now. And if there's going to be buying decisions coming up at the end of this year, I may want to delay it a quarter or two to see what the AI PC can actually do, and is it right? Does it fit into my corporate workflow?
That's interesting.
So, Wooch, I'm looking at the stock, absolutely unchanged on it over the past year. I look at the A&R functions. I got 8 buys, 8 holds, and 3 sells. The street, there's no conviction on this name here. When you talk to clients, what are they saying about it?
Yeah, and it sounds about right? So the bulls are looking forward to that second half PC upgrade cycle. You have to look past 2024 to get that PC upgrade cycle to happen, and it's going to happen in 25, right? Regardless, because Windows is going to shut down Windows 10, Microsoft is going to shut down Windows 10, and it's going to really push that upgrade cycle regardless. My main concern is twofold, and I'm going to step away from the PC segment for a moment here. That printer segment is a cash cow. It's a 20%, 19 to 20% operating margin business, and they really can't sell the hardware. And if you can't sell the hardware, you're not going to be able to sell the higher margin supplies. So over the long term, the concern for me is that diminishing hardware sales is going to impact the demand for supplies because no one's printing anymore, everyone's digitizing, and then it's going to affect the long-term profitability.
Interesting. I just wonder, though, for the refresh cycle, like I hear you on the profitability part and the printer part, but on the refresh cycle, I mean, how dependent do you think we'll actually be on that? I'm still waiting for the iPhone super cycle that I've been hearing about since 2016. Yeah,
well, I want you to think about it this way, Alex. We came off of a terrible 2023 from a unit volume perspective, right? And we're probably still going to be bouncing along historic lows from unit volumes. And, people have not been upgrading their PCs and laptops for the last 2-3 years since the beginning of COVID. So we're starting to get some tired PCs out there. And again, more importantly for the corporate side, we have the Windows 11 forced upgrade, and that is going to force that upgrade cycle. Now to give you a data point, normalized volumes on an annual basis is roughly around 260 to 270 million PCs, and we're probably going to be running around 262 million for this year. So we're still below average trend, and I think there's scope in 25 that we are going to get above 265 million units. So and HP is going to benefit from that as well.
All right, Wooj, thanks a lot. Woo Jin Ho, a Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Technology Analyst. I also like he did my homework for me, which also means I'm going to email him tomorrow morning before that. Like, I wrote down all the questions.
Okay.
I feel good about that.
All right, so you got your interview tomorrow. Good.
We appreciate that. Yeah, tune into The Close, 3 to 4 tomorrow on Bloomberg Television. This is Bloomberg.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm John Tucker in the newsroom with a look at some of the companies we're following today. So you're feeling down about inflation and higher prices. Applebee's thinks it may have the answer. Drink more. It's $1 margaritas drove traffic in the fourth quarter. John Payton, CEO at Applebee's and IHOP owner Dine Brands Global, telling investors the Dollarita cocktail helped attract a younger crowd, including many who had never been to the restaurant before. The drink also boosted sales and profits in part because more than 90% of guests who ordered a margarita added another item to their orders, like maybe another margarita. Consumers snapping up high-end sandals and clogs. Birkenstock's earnings beating analyst estimates after initially flopping in the trading debut. Birkenstock shares actually have since climbed about 11% above the listing price. Traditionally, the maker of no-frills sandals, Birkenstock has ratcheted up its offering of higher-end footwear and closed-toe products in recent years, including the Bend sneaker. Ticket scalping bots in the crosshairs of state lawmakers nationwide now. This follows a public outrage over stiff prices on sites like StubHub. State lawmakers, more than half a dozen states, have introduced bills this year that would target abuses in the ticketing industry with varying approaches to enforcement. All right, sing along, everybody. Cyndi Lauper is selling her music catalog that includes the 1980s hits True Colors and Girls Just Want to Have Fun to Sweden's Pop House Entertainment Group. The Swedish company, co-founded by ABBA star Bjorn Unpronounceable, acquired the rights to Lauper's music for an undisclosed sum. And that is your company news.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy leap year. Happy Thursday, everybody. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence. We cover all the top stories with all the best analysts around the world. Lots more coming up for you, but for now we're going to get to Michael Barr with world and national news. Michael?
Thank you very much, Alex. Paul, John, the question of presidential immunity is making its way to the High Court. Last night, the Supreme Court agreed to consider whether former President Donald Trump can be prosecuted for allegedly illegally interfering with the 2020 election. The Supreme Court says oral arguments will be scheduled for the week of April 22nd. The same week, Trump is expected to be in a New York City courtroom for another of his legal cases. It appears even voters who support President Biden are concerned that he may be too old for the job. Bloomberg's Amy Morris reports from Washington.
The Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll finds swing state voters across nearly every major demographic group describe President Biden as too old. Even among those who say they plan to vote for Biden in November, 7 in 10 are concerned about his age. Almost half of respondents say Republican rival Donald Trump is too old, but Trump is also facing his own vulnerabilities, with most saying the GOP frontrunner is dangerous. As many as half of swing state voters say they would not vote for Donald Trump if he's convicted in a criminal case. And while the economy remains the top issue among swing state voters, more are starting to turn their attention to border security. In Washington, Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
A series of wildfires in Texas covers an area larger than the state of Rhode Island. The Smokehouse Fire is the largest of several major fires burning in the rural panhandle section of the state, destroying homes, ranches, and livestock. One fire swept through the town of Canadian. Nim Kidd is with the Texas Emergency Management Division.
And we don't want people going back if the evacuation orders are still in place. I believe this fire will grow before it gets fully contained, yes.
So far, an 83-year-old woman is the only confirmed death. Russian President Vladimir Putin has vowed to fulfill Moscow's goals in Ukraine and sternly warned the West against a deeper involvement in the fighting, saying that it's fraught with the risk of a global nuclear conflict. Putin's warning came in a State of the Nation address today ahead of next month's election. He's all but certain to win. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Paul, Alex, John.
All right, thank you so much, Michael Barr. So speaking of consumer income and speaking of personal spending and stuff, so people were making just the same amount, right? There was no real drop there, but consumer spending was lower, which was a little bit confusing if you put the two together. And then I read this article in the Bloomberg that talks about Americans having a harder time getting approved for auto loans. So basically, banks are worrying over the risk of defaults at a time when high interest rates and elevated car prices are squeezing budgets. Struggling borrowers are having a hard time making their monthly payment, and it's freezing out buyers with lower credit scores.
What kind of credit score do you have to get approved for an auto loan? I don't know. And what are auto loan rates right now? That's what I want to know.
So,
because I might be in the market.
So I think that the auto loans are going to be based on your credit score, right? So it doesn't mean that you can't get it at all. It just means the rates might be prohibitive, I think, at the end of the day. But you're in the market. Okay, here we go.
Maybe.
Well, it says here, access to auto credit is the lowest since August 2020, with the approval rate for loans down 1.6 percentage points year over year. according to Cox Automotive. At the same time, the percentage of U.S. auto loans 90 days or more delinquent rose above pre-pandemic levels to 2.66% in the fourth quarter of 23. That's according to data from the New York Federal Reserve. That compares to 2.37% at the beginning of 2020 and a 15-year average of 2.16%.
I'm trying to find out. I'm trying to see what the auto loan is. I don't think we have like a.
I'm sure there's a ticker on here.
Think there's a ticker?
But we'll see. But anyway,
Paul's gonna look that
I
up.
leased my recent purchase, and I don't know. So.
Well, meaning that you don't
I
like
just-
the leasing, or you like
No,
the leasing?
I did lease it, yeah. So, yeah, I can't find it, but it's somewhere on the Bloomberg terminal. But anyway, so John, what are you in the market for?
Yeah.
We're getting a big F-150 pickup truck?
No, I want to, actually, I'm all into, and everybody disagrees with me, I think the wave of the future is hydrogen.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
I don't disagree with you. I mean, your car could blow up, but like.
Well, it
I mean,
could
to be
blow
fair,
up now with gasoline in my
it-
car.
yes, this is very true. So, but how are you going to get the supply for that in terms of like
Well,
where are all
I'm
the hydrogen
waiting.
cars?
I'm waiting.
China. They're going to come from China.
Waiting.
Waiting for technology, John.
I'm going to make my own hydrogen.
All right, this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up in this hour, we're going to check in with Ira Jersey, Bloomberg Intelligence Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist. The PCE data today, what does he think that's going to do for our Federal Reserve? And then we're going to check in with Ted Smith. He's going to join us in studio. He's a co-founder and president of Union Square Advisors. We'll get his thoughts on the M&A business out there. And then Jason Kelly, Bloomberg Originals chief correspondent. He's going to come on, talk to us about his new podcast, The Deal, with Alex Rodriguez and Jason Kelly. Yes, the Alex Rodriguez, the former New York Yankee.
Wait, A-Rod's coming in?
No, we get Jason Kelly.
though.
We get Jason Kelly.
I did get to interview A-Rod once.
You did?
Yeah, and
Nice
TV.
guy?
He was great. Yeah, it was really interesting. A really interesting thing to say, and he's also like 9 feet tall.
Yeah. And he's super successful in
Yeah.
pretty much everything he does. So he and Jason Kelly have this podcast. They talk to some really cool athletes and other professionals and notables and celebrities and kind of what they're doing in the world of business. So we'll check out that. First, let's kick everything off with Mr. John Tucker.
All right, thanks, Paul and Alex. The Federal Reserve's favored price gauge on spot with estimates. So traders fearing another disappointing inflation report actually got a degree of a relief this morning that initially pushed stocks higher. We paired some of the earlier stock gains, though. Right now, the S&P 500 is up just about 11 points, a rise of 0.2%. We're at 5,080. Dow Jones Industrial Average, that's 19 points lower right now, 38,931. And the NASDAQ 100, 74 points higher. That is up 0.4%. PNC Chief Investment Officer Amanda Gotti, she was on the program earlier today. She says, you know what, markets remain vulnerable.
We're really in an environment that the market is effectively priced to perfection. And so it doesn't leave a lot of headroom for this market to continue rallying. I think the key really, and this is something we've been talking about really for the last few months, is that we need a broadening in participation.
And some of the individual shares on the move. Hormel Foods Corporation, that is right now the best performing stock in the S&P 500. That's up close to 12%. That's climbing after their biggest earnings per share beat in over 10 years at this point. And then Dell Technologies, which has more than doubled since the start of the year. They're going to report earnings after the close of regular trading. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
All right, thank you so much, John Tucker. I don't know. I think PCE, nothing burger, but I heard Jersey will be on in a second, and he's going to break that down for us. But let's get into some of the individual stocks, because there are some fun names here. Norma Linda joins us from Bloomberg. She covers all the equity market. She covers all the stocks. You're looking at Best Buy. So this was a case of like not as terrible, right?
Exactly. I mean, they're honestly convincing warning investors that they could be on their way to reversing a 2-year slump. And this was more so in terms of a slump in demand for electronics and appliances here at the company. And they did see specifically that they were seeing a pullback, specifically when we think about consumer discretionary and what people are willing to spend their money on. Back in the pandemic, everyone was opening their wallets, and now they're pulling back ever so slightly. But we are seeing those shares jumping as much as 8% for the biggest single-day gain since 2022, as the company expects sales to pick up, especially as consumers start looking toward products that feature AI.
I don't know, man. I can't remember the last time I was in a Best Buy.
No.
I
No,
mean,
that feels like something I just point and click.
maybe 5 years ago?
Yeah.
I feel like back in middle school for me. I haven't been in a long time.
Wow, a long
I
time.
actually
I don't want to know
bought
how
my-
old you are, Norma. But fair point. Yeah, but you know what? Like, they're still there. I mean, I think that the IT, what are they called?
Yes, they have the
Geek
little-
Squad? Are they the
yes,
Geek
the
Squad?
Geek Squad, I
I
think.
think that really helps, like, get people in the doors if they need the extra help and stuff like that. Or if it's not the Geek Squad, it's the IT.
Right.
All right, Hormel Foods. You're also looking at that.
Yes, as John just mentioned earlier, we do have Hormel Foods up as the biggest gainer in the S&P 500 by percentage. Those shares are skyrocketing, on pace for their best day in almost 24 years. And this is after it reported the biggest EPS beat in at least since the second quarter of 2013. It had an adjusted EPS of 41 cents per share. The street had actually predicted 34 cents. And so, of course, we know that this is really focused on food products. I personally like their turkey pepperoni slices when I like to do a little at-home.
Really?
That's the only thing I get from them. That's the only thing I get from them, but they do have turkey instead of pork if you're interested in pepperoni.
I actually think I've had those.
Yeah, they're pretty
not
good.
bad. I
It's
mean,
not
they're
bad.
probably like loaded up in sodium.
Oh, for sure.
Which doesn't feel really good. But you know.
Aren't they the spam people?
Probably. I'm not a fan of spam.
John, what do you got on spam for us?
I got nothing.
Who
But
makes
yes,
spam?
Hormel is the maker
Hormel does,
of
yes.
spam.
Okay.
You are correct.
I mean, that's where you go. That's good American eating right there.
Spam in a can.
Spam in a can.
Yeah, all right, and also Bath and Body Works.
Yes, on the flip side here, those shares are falling as much as 7.8% for their biggest slump since 2022. And they did have results from the holiday quarter that beat, but really what's in focus right now is its sales and profit views for the current quarter. It sees EPS as 28 cents to 33 cents. The street is looking for an average of 38 cents. So we do see it really underperforming there. And Citi does say that investors are mainly focused on how management is able to maximize margin here. And I know I used to shop at Bath and Body Works. Have you guys ever been
Was
there?
this when you were in high school?
Of course. This is a high
Before you
school
went
moment.
to buy your
They're always
your
in the
Best Buy
mall.
stuff?
Went to Best Buy, went to Bath and Body Works.
I see the trend. I mean,
In,
no, I
in the
haven't been
mall,
there in
they're
like
always
20
next to
years.
the candle store or whatever that is.
Yes,
Why is
yes.
that?
Yes.
Bed Bath and
I think
Beyond and
'cause
the
it's
candle store.
scenty
They have a
things.
collab, some sort of, I think they have a candle
I don't know.
company.
But I do think it's interesting because a lot of the retail guys that have skincare have done really well. Remember, Blue Mercury did really well when you got Macy's quarter. John Tucker's rolling his eyes at me, which I do not appreciate. But the point
No,
is, what
it's
I
not
find
at
interesting
you.
is
It's at the concept.
Bath and Body Works isn't maybe benefiting in the same kind of way, and I wonder why that is.
I mean, their scents kind of give me a headache.
Okay, so they're two-scented. They're two-scented. That's a pretty fair point. That stock down by about 4.5%.
Can I give you an update on just kind of the auto lending rates?
Oh, yeah, you found one?
I'm just looking around. It looks like, they started around 4.5%.
That doesn't feel that bad. But I have to wonder, though, if your credit score isn't great,
Yeah.
how much higher that goes. Like how
Exactly.
fast you get to 8%.
Yeah. So anyway, but there's, I'm just looking here, they can go up to high as 6 or 7%. So that's kind of where the market you're in, John. So I'm not sure about your credit score. I'm sure it's, sterling. But
it's brilliant.
Yeah.
It is sterling because I never buy anything. So
This doesn't surprise me at all. Except, 2x4s at
Exactly.
Lowe's,
Well,
but then
that's
Home
it. Yeah.
Depot by default.
you don't
it's
have
a
to
whole thing.
finance those necessarily.
Well, even if you're going to redo your whole kitchen or something, maybe.
Yeah. I'm doing a bath right now. I'm actually building a bath from scratch in an upstairs closet. So
We've
see
had
how
lots
that
of debates about turning a closet into a bathroom. I'm sure you guys all know
she's
where
like,
I stand on
don't
this.
dare turn that's valuable space into a bathroom.
No.
But that's just me. I mean,
Really?
Shoe closet, we like them. All right, Nora, thanks a lot, Norma Linda, joining us there. Okay, as John Tucker was talking about in terms of that PCE, I kind of felt like it was a bit of a nothing burger. Like it wasn't bad, it wasn't terrible, and I'm really wondering if we actually learned anything today on inflation. So good thing that Ira Jersey is here, Bloomberg Intelligence Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist. Ira, did I learn anything today?
We didn't learn a whole lot from the PC report on inflation. I mean, obviously the headline numbers were as expected. There were some details here and there that were kind of interesting. There were certainly the downward revisions for December turned a couple of heads here and there and helped contribute to the rally. Well, what I found really interesting, and I think something that people have been talking about this, the personal income number being so hot today. So that was up 1%, which was well above expectations. And that was driven in large part by two factors. One was massive increase in government spending. So basically, Social Security payments in particular were increased a lot in January. Part of that was a cost of living adjustment. So that was up 3.5% in 1 month. That's that's massive, and the most that we've had in a year. And the other was actually dividend payments. So dividend payments actually contributed about $75 billion to personal income in annual. That's an annualized rate in January, and that's a pretty big move. Normally, it's significantly less than that every month. So take that with a little bit of a grain of salt too. And I think the market looked through that, and that's why treasuries have rallied a little bit since those data came out.
So, Ira, would it be bad form to give the Federal Reserve a little pat on the back here in terms of their ability to bring inflation down?
Well, maybe it might be a little bit early for that. When you still have 2.8% core inflation on a PCE-weighted basis, that's not at their target yet. But certainly, anything sub 3% is better than 5% for sure. But when you look at some of the details, there still are pockets of inflation that are very hot, and they're in sectors that aren't particularly interest rate sensitive, right? So there are sectors like services, excluding housing, and if you consider those types of services, it's going to be hard for inflation to keep coming down. So the Fed obviously has tightened monetary policy quite a lot. There's certainly some room maybe for inflation to continue to fall. So we're going to continue to have this debate: is will the Federal Reserve cut interest rates before mid-year? If they don't cut by June, then are they going to be able to cut because of the election cycle? Mm-hmm. And do they want to get in front of that? So that debate is going to continue right up until the May and June meetings, I think. Certainly into the June meeting if they don't cut in May. That's why you're going to have these gyrations, but they're going to be probably bounded, where you're going to see 2-year yields go from 4.50 to 5%, and probably hover in that area depending on what the market's expectation for the Fed's next move is.
Well, I wondered if we learned anything about the reaction function of the market, because it looks like what we learned is that we're going to sell the rumor, buy the news this time around. Is that fair to say?
Well, the selling really came because European rates were selling off overnight, and so it was just a global rate sell-off a little bit. But the rally back, I think that there was it was pretty clear that some people were short and thinking, hey, if we get a 0.4 print on headline inflation, then that could mean that we get meaningfully higher Treasury yields. With that not happening, I think that's the reason why you had that pullback. There was a little bit of a relief rally there. In terms of the market reaction, so we knew that inflation was going to kind of be within the range that it was, just because PCE doesn't diverge that much directionally from CPI. So the forecasts were obviously reasonably good going into some of these numbers.
All right, what do we look forward next? What's the market now looking forward to?
Do we just snooze until May or something?
Well, I don't know if it's going to be a snooze fest. I mean, our duration scorecard that we put out this morning, and basically saying should you position long, short, or neutral, the Bloomberg Treasury Index says you should be neutral, because it's there's nothing particularly rich or cheap about the market given the incoming data that we've received. But next week's data, it could be market moving, right? ISM new orders and the ISM manufacturing report that we get next week, that is often market moving. Plus, we have payrolls coming up, right? So in order to get the Federal Reserve to think that they're going to cut early and aggressively, you really need to have the employment situation deteriorate much more than it has. So that's one reason why that will continue to be a key focus report for the market.
Lots of people had the steepeners on. Then there was oh gosh, the steepeners didn't make me money. I got to take that off. And then it was no, we're going to stay with the steepeners. What do I do with a steepener?
Can somebody define steepener for this equity person?
Oh, okay. So let me try as like the
Okay.
layman person.
Okay.
It basically means when long end yields go higher than short end yields. And the idea is the Fed's going to cut, so you're going to buy the front end, and then yields in the back end go up. Ira, am I right? Did I pass?
So that is a bear steepener. A bull steepener would be if, say, front end yields rallied a lot and yields went down, and long term yields just went down slower or didn't move at all. So you can get a steepener either bull or bear, but basically it's that long term yields don't move as much as or stay higher than front end yields do. That's basically the definition of a steepener. Yeah, a lot of people thought that it would be a bull steepener because they were expecting. Just think about it. A month ago, we were thinking that the Federal Reserve, the market was priced for the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates by 1.5% this year. So that's one reason why a lot of people were in those steepeners, because they thought the 2-year yields, instead of being a 4.7%, they'd have a 3 handle now. And they don't, and so that's one reason why you've continued to see the curve kind of re-invert a little bit here. I don't know where we are at the moment, but probably 39 or 40 basis points inverted between the 2-year and the 10-year. We've had the call for quite a while that we thought that the curve would remain inverted for most, if not all, of this year, and certainly the first half. And that seems to be playing out pretty well, and that was predicated on our view that the Fed wouldn't cut more than 3 times this year, and now we're priced for 3 cuts. So we have to reevaluate that call right now, based on incoming data, obviously.
39 basis points is where we are. So basically what we just learned, Paul, is that Ira's right.
He's always right.
Ira said the stuff. He's been saying
always.
this since, I don't know, last summer.
Yep.
And no one was listening, and now we're listening.
Who
Now the
hired
market's
him?
up.
Who
Yeah.
hired him? That's all I ask.
Ooh, I know this, Paul.
Very good. Hey, Ira, it's interesting here. Is it May or June? Do we care whether it's May or June when they start cutting rates? I feel like they got to do it before we get too much into the election season, but I don't know.
Yeah, big picture, it really doesn't matter. It matters to people who are trading June, who are trading, what we call, very short-term interest rate contracts. That people who are in money market instruments like T-bills, they care whether it's May or June, right? Because there's some incremental few basis points of pickup that you can get depending on what they do. But big picture, you don't care. 10-year yields don't really care. 2-year yields do care. So if they go, I think the big challenge is if they don't go by June, what is their propensity to move in July or September, right around the political party conventions, and then obviously in the middle of the election season. We don't have a lot of experience with this because there's only a presidential election every 4 years. But at least to date, the Federal Reserve has never started a new activity, whether it's hiking or cutting, in the middle of an election season. They've continued policies that they started prior to an election period, but they've never started at, say, the September before an election. So that's one reason why, one reason why I think it would behoove them, if they're thinking about cutting at all, they should just cut one time, and then they can skip a few meetings. So an outcome that would not surprise me at all is if the Federal Reserve were to cut in June and then wait to cut again until after the election. And if they have to, because the economy deteriorates meaningfully, then they can cut again in July or September and just say, well, this is a continuation of the policy that we started a couple of months ago because, the unemployment rate's gone up and inflation's come down, whatever reasons that they espouse for their initial cut.
You know what? We had Bruce Richards on at Marathon Asset Management yesterday on television, and he called that the 2-step. Yeah, which I was like, okay, I kind of get that, right? Like you move a little, and then you pause, then you move a little, and then you pause. Hey, Ira, thanks a lot. Ira Jersey. He is Chief U.S. Rate Strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence. He lost me after that, like 2-step. I don't know where you go after the 2-step, but
Right.
But that idea, you move a little and then you hold.
Okay. May or June, I don't think, again, as Ira said, I don't think the market, generally speaking, cares that much. As an equity investor, having the anticipation of rate cuts is as good as having them, in my opinion.
Right, yeah, and they actually talk about that in terms of the lag of monetary policy, that if it's just the expectation of stuff, that changes what the lag of monetary policy actually is, because by the time you feel it, you're already anticipating those cuts.
That being said, I'd like to refinance the mortgage.
Yeah, I know. Not yet. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Major stock averages all in the green. We've paired some...
From the UK, and I'm the inventor of the gel razor. And today I'm looking for an angel investor to fund my project, the gel razor, whether that's a working concept and working prototype, or manufacturing possibilities with investment, or to get me a licensing deal secured. If you go in any supermarket today, you will see packets of razors sold separately with tins of mousse or gel. Hence I developed the all-in-one. The idea is you pressurize the handle, the gel flows through the reservoir up to the head of the razor, coating the blade, ready for shave. My target market is 18 plus, male or female, male blue version, female pink version. What I'm looking for in an investor is someone who's passionate, determined, shares my vision, that's an important step for me, and willing to succeed as I want it to succeed myself. Patented in the UK in 2021 September. With copyright protection, I have a logo for the gel razor, which you will see on my LinkedIn profile. Currently working with a company in the US who have done me a lovely sell sheet. Big up to them guys. So if you're interested, contact me on LinkedIn profile, Paul J. Gwilt, GWILT, or email me at mufc219@gmail.com.
Go up 500 basis points. Ted Smith joins us. He's co-founder and president of Union Square Advisors, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. So, Ted, M&A activity, it's been a little fallow over the last, 18 months or so. What are you guys seeing out there in terms of activity?
We're starting to finally see a little bit of a thaw out there, Paul. I want to be careful not to suggest that it's getting overcooked anytime soon, but starting to see the number of deals both and the quality of deals start to come back. Strategic acquirers are saying they've kind of come out of their funk. They're ready to do things again where they hadn't been, to your point, for the last 12 to 18 months. And private equity firms, which in technology, where we ply our trade, are so important, have a lot of capital to put to work. So they're anxious to
Was it just interest rates going up that everybody just stepped back, or is it global macro? What kind of caused people to step back here? Because when I think about M&A, I think I have to have a board and a C-suite that has confidence in their business to go out and make that kind of investment.
Right. So on the strategic side, I think it was more macro. It was like, we don't know enough about where our business is going right now that we can take a risk on another business. I think in private equity land, it was definitely, at least in part, by interest rates. And it was also the fact that because even to your point in early 2022, there hadn't been a lot of capital returned to their limited partners. And so for every dollar that they're investing, they're also thinking, should I be giving that back to my limiteds? And so there's been a lot of tension in that part of the world.
So I know tech might be your space, but just I'm an energy person, so I'm really interested in what's happening with Exxon and CNOOC trying to get in the middle of the deal between Chevron and Hess. And the broad question is, like, are we going to see weird territorial fights like this in different sectors where, like, one big company is suing to stop another big company from buying a smaller company? Like, is that normal?
I'm not sure that it's normal, but it's certainly not unheard of, Alex.
Okay.
And I think, we think, and again, in tech, we see a lot of semi-normal or even abnormal potential buyers who see buying into the tech landscape as being something that will help increase their growth, increase their margins, put them into exposure of a sector that they previously had not been. So I think we'll see some more of that in tech, but more generally to your question, I'm certainly no expert on the energy sector, but I think this is an environment where if you see that smaller company that can really make a difference in your business and accelerate inorganic growth, buyers are not afraid to mix it up at this point because they've been on the sidelines for a while and they need to get back in.
If I go to Sand Hill Road with a really good idea, can I find any money? Will they will they invest in my company?
They will. Valuations are obviously down from the peak in 2021. You're going to ask a lot of questions about what's your AI strategy. Okay. Where are you going?
Exactly. They got to show something for it, right?
Exactly. Where are you going from here? The capital is available, but it is certainly more limited than it was 2 years ago and before that. Investors are being much more diligent about what they're willing to put capital to work in. And again, AI is obviously hot. That's blinding glimpse of the obvious for your audience.
Yep.
But what's different, I think, and I compare this because I've been doing this for a long time. I compare this to the .com era. Investors got to the point really quickly where it wasn't just about it's AI, it's what's the defensible business model, what's the real enterprise use case, and how are you going to make money with it? That came so much faster with AI than it did in the .com era, and that's what you're seeing on Sand Hill Road now. Show me a full business plan that's going to make money.
How are valuations? Do you think that we're getting overpaid? Are things getting overpaid to be bought? How hard is it to come to price?
Better than it was in late 22 and 23, where we had quite a bit of disparity, and that was one of the reasons for not getting a lot of M&A done. Was
have
that
the buyers come down, or have the seller have the buyers come down, the sellers gone up, or vice versa?
Some of both. I do think that obviously the market has improved overall over the course of late 23 and 24, so valuations have ticked up off of their lows. But I also think seller expectations have tempered a bit. We've been in this more down valuation environment now for almost 2 years, and eventually you have to realize this is the new normal.
Yeah, I think I guess the question I was asking a lot of IPO bankers is, when is that stigma of, a down round, when is that going to kind of ease up off the marketplace? Because I felt like I didn't want to be one of the first people to do an IPO at a down round, or do a down round in the private market. So, but maybe more deals we get done, maybe that happens. So on the M&A space here, I mean, how are you targeting your business? What's your target sheet look like? What type of company are you calling on?
So
I want a bank that shows me what I spend instantly.
We're Monzo. Give us a go. See?
I want a bank that can help me budget for the things I need, like a new leather jacket for Bingo.
We can do that.
Bingo's my cockapoo.
Hi, Bingo.
It's a real faff to sign up.
It takes less than 10 minutes.
Race you.
You're on. Time's up. How'd you get on?
It's a draw.
Is it? We hear you, Bingo. You make Monzo Monzo.
Companies in there.
Well, okay, I was going to say software. I feel like there are gazillion software companies. Like this one reports, this one reports. Like look at Snowflake. I have no idea the difference as like a general market person. Like, are we going to have to see big consolidation within that?
I think we will see more consolidation. I'm not sure it's going to be big to big. I think you're going to continue to see the larger players acquire small and medium-sized companies.
Another thing that startups need to look for is a market that is either started to undergo or is soon going to undergo exponential growth. I think this is actually related to one of the biggest mistakes investors make when evaluating startups. Investors always say, well, what's your growth rate? We care about the growth rate. Investors will forgive smallish revenue today if it's growing quickly. For some reason, people don't think about markets this way. But if you think about the most important startups, they are the ones that I start in small markets that are growing very, very quickly. 11 years ago, the market for iPhone apps was $0. It's now huge. And I think if you only think about the TAM today, you'll make a big mistake. What you really want to do is identify a market that's going to grow every year and be able to ride that up elevator.
Solution much easier than you can in the public markets.
What other ways are we financing deals here?
Again, most of the large acquirers are going to finance it largely off their balance sheet.
Okay.
So, I mean, obviously, if it becomes a really large deal, you might see the bigger companies go into the market. But to the point that Paul made earlier, right, that's a lot more expensive now, and so they prefer not to do that if they don't have to. Occasionally, we're seeing stock-for-stock deals. Those used to be de rigueur, not so much anymore amongst the larger buyers. But mostly, this is still a cash buyer's market. And so if you don't have enough cash on hand, then you're going to have to go out and find it. And I think we'll start to see a return to equity-based financing, convertible-based financing. Again, a lot of the use of the private credit market with its flexibility will back some of this M&A that's going to happen this year.
I'm guessing in your middle market size, you don't have to deal with regulators too much approving deals, but boy, across the industry, if I'm a big ticket M&A banker, I got to make sure I got the right lawyers give me the advice, because I think the Department of Justice, the FTC, everybody's cracking down.
It's true, and we think of it in terms of to whom are we going to be selling this company? Because if you're one of the big seven, you're going to get scrutiny for almost every deal, right? And so we watch for that as we bring opportunities forward and think about what that might look like. But you're right, it's really that group. And let's face it, they have lived for a very long time on asking for forgiveness, not permission. And I think they're going to continue that activity. But, and it's, by the way, it's not just the DOJ here. We've seen a lot more activity and scrutiny out of Europe, the UK in particular, and we think that's going to continue for a while.
Yeah, the UK, they get Brexit, and then they realize, oh, we can have a seat at the table now.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, very good. All right, Ted, thanks so much for joining us once again. Ted Smith, he's a co-founder and president of Union Square Advisors, joining us live here on our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, talking about the world of tech, the world of deal making. Again, the past 18 months, just looking at my MA function on a Bloomberg terminal, been much slower than maybe like the 10-year average. And I guess that can happen when rates go up 500 basis points. With our news in New York City, here's Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Paul. Alex, John, the U.S. Supreme Court has agreed to rule on Donald Trump's claim of immunity. Bloomberg's Ed Baxter has the story.
This case will involve the potential immunity from criminal prosecution and will be historic. It will determine whether Trump will stand trial for the 2020 election interference charges. The ruling also puts on hold the Washington, D.C. election interference trial, which was due to start next week. Trump has been pushing to put off any trials until after the election. The court says it will hear arguments the week of April 22nd. When the court will rule is a question, though. It usually hands down its decisions at the end of its term in late June, but it could expedite things. Ed Baxter, Bloomberg Radio.
Texas Senator John Cornyn told his colleagues today that he intends to run for Senate Republican leader. He becomes the first senator to announce a campaign after Senator Mitch McConnell said he will step down from the post in November. The House is set to vote today on another stopgap spending bill to avert a government shutdown. The latest deal extends the deadline by another week for agencies that were due to run out of money this Saturday. The rest would face a March 23rd deadline. Republican Congressman French Hill of Arkansas says this will put off tougher fights on aid to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, and U.S. border security.
We have to put a bill on the floor here in the House. We've got three choices. Take up the Senate bill, take up a compromise bill that Brian Fitzpatrick from Pennsylvania has written, or have leadership from Foreign Affairs, Armed Services, and Intelligence Committee and put their own bill on the floor, and that's what I expect to happen in the next 2 weeks.
House Budget Committee member French Hill was a guest on Bloomberg. Large brush fires in the panhandle of Texas have forced residents to flee their homes, though many were blocked in by flames. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg.
Today, I'm going to talk about how to succeed with a startup. Obviously, more than can be said here in 20 minutes, but I will do the best I can. The most important thing, the number one lesson we try to teach startups is that the degree to which you're successful approximates the degree to which you build a product that is so good, people spontaneously tell their friends about it. Startups always ask us for the secret to success. They always want to believe it's something other than this, because this is really hard to do. But this is it. If you can build a product that is so good, people spontaneously tell their friends about it, you have done 80% of the work that you need to be a really successful startup. If you think about the most successful companies you know, Google, Facebook, whatever, you probably found out about them because a friend of yours said, you got to try this, it's great. So this is the bar. Something that people love so much they tell their friends about it. One important indicator for a product like that is a product that's simple to explain and easy to understand. If you can't explain in a few words what you do, and if at least some people don't say, oh, that's pretty interesting, that's usually a mistake. It's usually a sign of unclear thinking or a need that is not big enough.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet, 1140 on Wall Street. Worst level of the day right now. Stocks dipping since our last update. Right now, we have got the S&P down 7 to 5,063, a drop right now of 0.1%. The Dow is down 131, lower by 0.3%. NASDAQ Composite Index lower by 10, a drop right now of 0.1%. 10-year yielding 4.22% with a 2-year at 4.60%. Spot gold higher by $10 the ounce, up 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.5%, $78.90 a barrel. Bitcoin keeps on going, 61,763 right now on Bitcoin, up by 1.9%. Wall Street traders fearing another disappointing inflation report got a degree of relief this morning after the Fed's favored price gauge was on spot with estimates. Reaction to the data from Julia Coronado, president and founder of Macro Policy Perspectives.
Looking at the details of this data, it still looks like we're moving in the right direction on inflation, and on the spending side, consumers are still resilient. Came in a little firmer than we expected. Services keep carrying the day. Consumers pulled back on goods spending in January, but are still spending on services. So we still have a very solid economy with falling inflation providing consumers a dividend and resiliency in their spending.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Talks podcast. Duolingo shares up the most in nearly 2 years after its earnings and outlook beat analyst expectations with its embrace of artificial intelligence, lowering costs, and an expansion into math and music courses, attracting new learners. Duolingo up by 18.6%. After earnings, Weight Watchers down now by 18%. Oprah Winfrey says she's preparing to leave its board. Recapping stocks lower, S&P down 3, down 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio, streaming live on YouTube. So head over to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Podcast. Well, over the past couple of weeks, we've been talking up what I think is going to be a really cool podcast. And today we're joined by Jason Kelly, the chief correspondent for Bloomberg Originals, and executive producer of a new podcast that debuts today. It's called The Deal with Alex Rodriguez and Jason Kelly. On the first episode of The Deal, Jason and the former baseball star Alex Rodriguez sit down with tennis star Maria Sharapova, where she breaks down her philosophy on investing. Let's take a listen.
I'm a products person. I love, if someone says, invest in this, there's no reason this is going to fail, I'd be like, send me the product, here's the address, and don't contact me for 4 weeks. I want to live with it. I want to breathe it. I want to try it. I want to wear it. Whatever it is, I want it. And I want to give it to my friends, and I want them to give me their feedback. I want to give it to my family who have different tastes, who have different, appreciations and aesthetics. And until they tell me that they like it and they're into it, I won't have a next call with you.
All right, that was Maria Sharapova, former tennis star, current status. Boy, she was a heck of a player. I remember that. Joining us here is Jason Kelly. He's the chief correspondent for Bloomberg Originals. Jason, you and Alex Rodriguez have a new podcast called The Deal.
Yep.
What's the focus of this thing? What are you guys trying to do
What's
here?
the deal with the deal, man?
What's the deal? One of the reasons that I loved when we happened upon, and by happened upon I mean after considering 250 other names settled somehow on the deal, is that whole idea of what's your deal?
Yeah.
What's your deal, man?
Yeah. My ideal show is what's up with that?
Yeah, what's up with that? Yeah, what's the deal? And I have to say, that is kind of the show, is what's your deal? Insofar as we are talking about, because this is Bloomberg, actual deals that people have done. So we do tend to dig into, 2 or 3 seminal deals that they've done, in Maria's case, her early endorsements, and, what she's done in her post-playing life. But a part of it, candidly, is about, what's your deal? Where did you come from? Why have you made the decisions you made, especially from a business perspective? And I will say, really mining that area, I think, has been one of the most interesting things, because for an athlete especially, to make a serious pivot into business requires a real level of commitment.
Which A-Rod definitely has.
Yeah.
And I mean, I interviewed him once for TV, and I was just really impressed with his financial acumen and his ability to really get it going.
Yeah, and that comes from a place, he and I have talked a lot about this, and he talks about it a lot on the show. That comes from a couple different areas, some of which I think he talked about when I remember that interview that you did with him and Mark Lurie, his co-owner of the Timberwolves and Lynx. Part of it comes from, he made a lot of money as a player. A record amount when he signed his big deal with the Rangers. But part of it was the way he grew up. He, hated the idea of, having to move with his mom, a single mom, and his siblings because the rent kept going up. He wanted to be an owner rather than a renter. So that informed a lot of his early business decisions. And then he was just a hyper curious human being as a baseball player. And so he was going and getting all this business advice from some of the biggest business minds in the world.
When he was a baseball player.
He tells stories about literally walking into owners of baseball teams' offices, in his cleats, sitting down and saying, tell me how to do this. What advice do you have for me? Yeah.
All right, Maria Sharapova, great way to start off. What other guests do you have?
So we have Michael Strahan coming up next week.
That guy is everywhere on media. He's taken over media.
He really has.
He is next level, and he tells some just incredible stories about coming to New York. One of the things I loved hearing him and Alex talk about, which I do think is one of the unique aspects of the show, is each of them talking about the importance of New York and the importance of winning a championship, and how the entire conversation changes. Yes, it's cool if you played professional sports, but as Michael Strahan says, if you can come into a room and not be introduced as, yeah, this guy played professional football, but this guy's a Super Bowl champion, he's like totally different conversation.
Wow. Yeah.
What are some of your bigger takeaways from like having interviewed all these people, spent some time with A-Rod, in terms of how sports plus finance equals something?
I think one of the things that I'm really taken by is how a lot of the skills that athletes, especially top-level athletes, but even, like weekend athletes,
He points at himself, by the way, for those of us on radio.
The application of those disciplines, as it were, really do apply to business. I mean, one of the things, and I've said this in front of Alex, so I don't mind saying it on air. He's incredibly coachable, which of course makes sense, but his ability to take feedback and then immediately implement it is unbelievable, which of course makes sense because he was a professional athlete.
But that's so interesting. Like, you don't have to go to business school to do that.
No.
Yeah.
And so this notion of like knowing how to win and lose, knowing how to be on a team, knowing how to be coached translates really well into the world. It is a reason why, there was just a statistic that came out in the last couple of weeks that something like 94% of the women in C-suites in America played college sports. Like, it's unbelievable. And we did an event for New Voices last night with a senior partner at Goldman Sachs, college athlete, and she talked about how that helped her in life. And so it just becomes a matter of, can these athletes, current and former, if they decide to apply those skills, it's going to work. It's going to work for them.
I know you guys sat down with Derek Jeter.
Yeah.
Boy, Jeter and A-Rod in the same room. What was that like?
It was fascinating. They have a very complicated relationship, although I really walked out of it thinking maybe it's not as complicated as we've been led to believe. I was reminded through their conversation how long they've known each other. They were teenagers. They really sort of came up together. There's a level of respect and understanding that comes from, A, knowing each other for a very long time, and B, playing at the very highest level under the harshest lights. Yep. They are clearly two different dudes. A lot of that comes out, candidly. I won't spoil it in the episode, but a very fascinating interchange between the two of them.
Ever starstruck? Did you have a moment?
Not really.
He's too cool for school. This is happening.
I was taken sometimes just by, candidly, the real humanity of very famous people. And one of the things I really give Alex a lot of credit for in this show is he's incredibly vulnerable.
All right, Jason, great stuff.
Can't wait.
Great stuff. Jason Kelly, Chief Correspondent, Bloomberg Originals, The Deal.
company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Snowflake shares are plunging after earnings. The software maker delivered a disappointing sales forecast and announced that CEO Frank Slootman is stepping down from his role. Snowflake now down by 19.7%. Salesforce.com, they're based in San Francisco, delivered a lackluster annual sales forecast, but investors were pleased by the company's continued profitability, a first-ever dividend, and an increase in share buybacks. Right now, Salesforce up by 1.1%. Best Buy reported sales that beat expectations, and with more on that story, here's Bloomberg's Kimberly Adams.
Charlie, the retailer made progress toward reversing a 2-year slump due to soft demand for electronics and appliances. Adjusted earnings of $2.72 a share beat expectations. Best Buy has struggled with declining sales in recent years following the pandemic-era bump when consumers opened their wallets to upgrade their electronics and home appliances. Home theater, appliances, mobile phones, and tablets were the biggest contributors to the sales decline for the quarter, while gaming grew. Charlie?
And that is Kimberly Adams reporting. Best Buy shares are up right now by 3.2%. Speaking with retail, Bath & Body Works lower after the retailer of personal care and home fragrance products gave disappointing sales and profit views for the current quarter, even as results from the holiday quarter beat estimates. Right now, we do have shares of Bath & Body Works down by 5.5%. HP reporting quarterly revenue that missed estimates. Shares of Hewlett-Packard Inc. down now by 1%. And Paramount Global out with earnings. That stock higher now by 3%. And those are our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pellet, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good afternoon, everybody. Or is it afternoon? Sure. It's 12 o'clock. I'm ordering lunch. Why not? Happy leap year also. I'm Alex Steele here with Paul Sweeney. This is the Bloomberg Intelligence radio show. We get you all the analysis, 2,000 companies, 130 industries that our team covers worldwide. And for now, we go to Michael Barr for world and national news. Michael.
Thank you very much, Alex. Paul, Charlie, congressional leaders have reached a last-minute deal to avert a government shutdown at the end of the week. The latest stopgap would fund some agencies for another week. The rest would face a March 23rd deadline. This would be the fourth time since October that lawmakers have turned to short-term funding. Maya McGinnis is president of the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget.
We have now kicked the can so many times on the fiscal situation that there is no way that we will be able to fix the huge debt threat that we are facing without really major shifts. And as we can see, when the government's talking about even very small changes, which is what's going on in this deal, they are basically unable to make very difficult choices and stick with them.
Maya McGinnis with the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget was a guest on Bloomberg Surveillance. A federal judge today blocked a new Texas law that gives police broad powers to arrest migrants suspected of illegally entering the U.S. The ruling gives a victory to the Biden administration in its feud with Republican Texas Governor Greg Abbott over immigration enforcement. Meanwhile, President Biden and former President Donald Trump are at the Texas-Mexico border today in separate visits. Large brush fires in the panhandle of Texas have forced residents to flee their homes, though many were blocked in by flames. At least 60 counties have been declared disaster areas. Today is Leap Year Day, and there's the age-old question: what happens if you were born on February 29th? An Indiana woman, Petey Johnson, is getting her 20th happy birthday party. Petey Johnson was born February 29th, 1944. And the rule was set way back for Petey.
My mother said with birthday parties, they were every 4 years kind of thing.
Petey is among an estimated 5 million people around the world celebrating today. Global news, wait a minute, that just stinks, man. An 80-year-old woman, and this is her 20th birthday party. I'm sorry, and a mom agreed to that. We have a saying back in Detroit, Mama, how you gonna play me? That's what we would say. Come
Okay,
on.
but hold on a second. Doesn't that mean that she can go around and tell people she's 20 years old?
Well, the gray hair gives it away.
Yeah, no, I think you have to pick. Are you March 1st or are you the 28th, and just leave it at that?
You could do either one, but just to say it's like you don't even get a birthday party. You can't even get a box of Duncan Hines.
That is tough.
Come on, man.
It's not nice. It's not nice.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm done ranting.
No, that's a legit rant.
Yeah,
I
it is.
definitely feel the same way.
Yeah.
Okay, back to you.
Very good. Michael Barr, thank you so much. All right, so we've been talking, Alex, about commercial real estate and tough times. The question is, when are you going to start getting some buyers in here to say, hey, I got a value here? Well, in Chicago, it might be happening. Chicago's troubled property market, which has seen values plunge by more than 50% in recent years, is starting to draw in investors looking for bargains. Got a couple developers in there buying the iconic Thompson Center. They're going to turn that into Google's new office building. And this group is also in talks to buy several other buildings in the Windy City. The real estate duo has put forward proposals to repurpose 5 buildings in LaSalle Street, once known as the Wall Street of Chicago, as part of a government program to revive the downtown. Chicago, like many other cities in the U.S., has struggled to recover from the pandemic, but its problems have been compounded by high-profile defections of large corporations, violent crime, and disagreements between the city's politicians and business community. It got so bad that vacancy rates in the central business district climbed to a record in the fourth quarter. That's according to real estate broker Jones Lang LaSalle. So maybe some buyers coming in, maybe setting a little bit of a bottom here for some of these cities.
So I was talking to Bruce Richards of Marathon yesterday, and he was saying that he expects more handover keys to happen. Ready to say, you know what, can't afford it, here are the keys, go for it, and he'll be the guy that helps the guy who takes the keys with his loan profile for this exact reasons, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Total side note here.
Yes.
I ordered lunch for the first time in probably 6 years. And it was 3 times the amount that I paid 6 years ago. I'm jumping on the bandwagon now.
Inflation.
Oh my gosh.
Inflation. It's there. Balance of Power with Joe Matthew comes up right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
It's time for dueling speeches on the Texas border. Welcome to the fastest show in politics, as President Biden and Donald Trump each deliver messages from different points on the Rio Grande today to address the top issue on Americans' minds, of course, immigration and border security. We're going to get a live report coming up from Bloomberg's Julie Fine covering this for us in Texas. The border is only one problem Joe Biden is facing. In the latest Bloomberg swing state poll, it's out today, showing the president would lose all 7 swing states to Donald Trump if the election were held today. We're going to get into this with our panel. Bloomberg Politics contributor Rick Davis and Lincoln Mitchell from Columbia University with us this hour. And later, our conversation with Ty Cobb, the former White House special counsel in the Trump administration, joins us on the Supreme Court's decision to hear Donald Trump's claim of immunity. We have got a lot to talk about again, and we start as ever on Wall Street with our friend Charlie Pellet for an update on trading. How's it look, Charlie?
Yeah, right now we're looking at a mixed market, Joe Matthew. The Dow lower, S&P, NASDAQ, they are both higher. We've had the S&P swinging between gains and losses. Right now up by 4 points, higher by 0.1%. The Dow in the red down 0.2% right now, lower by 77 points. NASDAQ up 49, a gain there of 0.3%. 10-year yield 4.23% with a 2-year yielding 4.62%. Spot gold right now up 0.5%, 2,045 the ounce. Bitcoin up 2.9%, 62,279 on Bitcoin. Got to very close to 64,000 yesterday. And crude oil, West Texas Intermediate crude up by 0.9%, 79.21 a barrel. The Federal Reserve's preferred gauge of underlying inflation rose in January at the fastest pace in nearly a year. So where does this leave the Federal Reserve? Neil Dutta is head of U.S. economic research at Renaissance Macro Research.
You know, my sense is that the May probabilities in the market are somewhat underpriced. I think the markets, as I looked at them, what's like 10-15% chance for a May cut. I think as the inflation data come in over the spring or March, April, I think those probabilities may rise.
And again, 10-year now at 4.23%. By the way, you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Earnings news, Birkenstock's earnings beat analyst estimates as consumers snapped up its high-end sandals and clogs while other casual footwear makers struggled. Birkenstock shares today down 6.4%. And Bath and Body Works shares lower today after the retailer of personal care and home fragrance products gave disappointing sales and profit numbers. Shares of Bath and Body Works right now down 5.2%. Recapping, we're looking at a mixed market on this Thursday right now with the Dow Jones Industrial Average lower, S&P higher, up by 8 points. I'm Charlie Pellet. Balance of Power continues now. And once again, here's your host, Joe Matthew.
Okay, Charlie, thank you. Welcome to the Leap Day edition of Balance of Power. Live from Washington, I'm Joe Matthew in the Capitol, and I'm glad you're with us on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube. Go there now, YouTube. Search Bloomberg Global News. You'll find our live feed if you want to meet us here in the studio, which is pretty cool to be able to check in with all the guests and our panelists throughout the hour. Now, here we are. Get ready for a lot of cliches in the news today, right? Trump, Biden make a run for the border, a Texas duel. I could keep going, and I'll try to spare you all of that on this broadcast. After all, it is Bloomberg. But here we go. How does this stuff happen? Joe Biden and Donald Trump within 300 miles of each other on the Rio Grande the same day, making border speeches? Of course, a prelude for Joe Biden to the State of the Union address, and for Donald Trump, a return to an issue that has helped him quite a bit in the political sphere. I want to get a sense of where they're going and why, and Julie Fine joins us, Bloomberg's finest, our Texas bureau chief. She's in Dallas right now. Julie, it's great to see you. We've got Donald Trump in Eagle Pass. This is at least what we know. Joe Biden's going to Brownsville. He's going to be getting some briefings at the border, apparently. What do we need to know about these two places? Why are they significant on the border?
Okay, well, let's start with Eagle Pass. Eagle Pass is extremely significant right now because, you know, covering the border for so long, you see there are certain hotspots where more people are going over at specific times. That's Eagle Pass right now. That's also a place where the Texas DPS is really basically saying to the federal government, hey, we're in charge here. So it's basically a standoff in that respect. Texas has many members of their National Guard on the border, Department of Public Safety there as well. So this is basically the standoff location, specifically in Shelby Park. Now, you move down to Brownsville. That's really in the southern part of the state. That is where President Joe Biden is going today. Brownsville has been a hot spot in the past, but right now, what makes Eagle Pass the place that former President Trump wants to go is because it's the place everybody's talking about. This is the migration hotspot right now.
Got it. He'll get briefings at the border. The president will. Donald Trump is going to have a whole different style event here, Julie, and it brings us back to our swing state poll today that, you know, of course, reminds us of what a problem the immigration issue is for Joe Biden. He's not expected to make news today, is he? Are we looking for an announcement on anything, or is this kind of a fact-finding thing before the big speech next week so he can say that he went?
I think he wants to say that he went to the border, but I think he also sees this as a time to flip the script. Instead of everybody saying the Biden administration is not doing enough when it comes to immigration, he can say, wait a minute, we were prepared to sign a bill, and it was the Republicans in the House that said, no, thank you. So I think what he's now trying to do is position himself in the administration and the Democrats as the group that really does want to make the difference when it comes to immigration.
Fascinating stuff. Julie, we'll be, of course, listening and watching. Do we expect full-on speeches here? Is Donald Trump going to stand in front of the wall and do some kind of a thing with the props, or do we have no idea?
Well, we're not 100% sure. He's not having a rally, so that's interesting.
Okay.
He's not having a rally on the border. I think so. He wants to make this appear like this is an official business trip to figure out exactly what's going on. I'm sure there will be many key Texas officials there with him. So I think that will be the situation there. I think it could be somewhat similar for President Biden as well. I don't expect President Biden to be there for too long. I think he'll meet with U.S. Border Patrol. I think he will make the speeches. I think he will take a few questions and leave. I mean, I think this is something that many people have been telling President Biden that he needs to do for a long time. So now he's going to do this. And again, now that it is appearing more and more likely that former President Trump will be the candidate, he has to address this. So this is the right time to do it. And by the way, I mean, it also does take headlines away in some respect from former President Trump being at the border today, because former President Trump has been to the border. President Biden has been to he's been to El Paso, but he hasn't been to this part of the border. I mean,
this is going to be something to watch.
Yeah, for sure. I
We'll
mean, this is
be keeping an eye on these remarks again. Of course, Julie, the president's set to speak at 1:30. Trump speaks first, right?
At this point, I mean, but he could speak. The former president could speak several times today. He could speak because he may be in several different areas. I believe that President Biden is set to speak a little bit later today. So, but at the end of the day, they're both speaking before prime time. They're both going to have their comments out before people begin watching the news tonight. Joe, I really do think for President Biden, he's more of a headline maker today than the former president because, A, he can make executive actions. He can put pressure on the Republicans. So, and he doesn't go as much. And he's not in the South as much. He's not in Texas as much. So I think for President Biden, the stakes are pretty high today. And I think he wants to be able to head into the State of the Union saying, hey, we wanted you to do this. You didn't do it. We're here. And by the way, that bill went further than many other bills you and I have seen over the years trying to work on comprehensive immigration reform. Yes, it went much further.
All right, Julie, tell them we said hi. Julie Fine standing by for Donald Trump and Joe Biden to arrive in Texas. We do appreciate it. Julie will be leading our coverage here on the terminal and on the website. Imagine if he had a rally down there. That would be something, right? Isn't that kind of already the problem? We have too many people at the border. So a big day for Donald Trump yesterday. This is something that we found out live at 5 o'clock, right at the top of Balance of Power, the late edition news from the Supreme Court. It's decided to take up this immunity case, and that means that it will hold off. It will delay the trial, Jack Smith's trial, over the January 6th case here in Washington for many months, potentially. It depends how long they take to rule, and that's why I'm glad to say Ty Cobb is with us today. It's always a fascinating conversation with the former White House special counsel, of course, spent time at the Justice Department. And Ty, it's great to have you back with us, a veteran of the Trump White House. What does this mean for the trial? First of all, Ty, will there be room for it to happen before the election?
Joe, I don't think so. Nice to be back with you. The court's action, while it accelerates the Supreme Court consideration of the issue, will definitely delay the trial at least, 2 to 4 months, and quite likely, 4 more months. So that doesn't really give Judge Chutkan much time to schedule the case prior to the election, and I don't see how that she can. That doesn't mean that it's impossible, but I really think it's highly unlikely that we'll see a trial pre-election. So that definitely is to Trump's advantage. On the other hand, the people that characterize this as a win or whatever, it's definitely favorable for Trump, but he really didn't win anything yesterday. It's just that the court's going to have the last word on this. There are many reasons that the court might want to do that. It's probably one of the most serious issues in the 250 years of our republic that's ever gotten to the court. It involves the core foundational element of our form of government, which is separation of powers, and it's a never before considered issue. So I don't think people should view the granting of cert as somehow a partisan issue. It's exactly the type of issue that should go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court should be the final word on. On the other hand, they didn't have to do it. And I think that's what frustrates a lot of observers like myself, because I think there was plenty of time for the court to play cleanup when and if Trump is convicted, as they would definitely get a second bite at this apple.
Isn't that something? So with that said, Is it possible this trial could get underway and be underway when people vote in November?
So that's certainly possible, but I just think it's highly unlikely and impractical. Okay. It is also conceivable that the trial could start the week after the election. Certainly if Trump loses, there would be no impediment to that. And if he wins, there's no real legal doctrine that prohibits starting the trial then. On the other hand, I think there would be another host of issues if he was the president-elect that would bounce up and down to the Supreme Court again and delay it well into his term should he win.
Well, that's a very real view from Ty Cobb. If he is in fact elected, couldn't he just fire everybody and defund these cases to make them go away?
Well, so he doesn't have to really fire anybody. He just has to, appoint somebody who is willing to be his shill at the Justice Department and dismiss the cases. And yes, that's exactly what he would do. Yeah, that's exactly what he would do.
So we're left in a world then, it seems like, where Alvin Bragg is going to have the last say. That might be the only trial, the hush money case in New York before this election.
And it's the only case, unfortunately, that fills Trump's hand when he argues political persecution and prosecutors out to get him. Bragg ran on the promise to get Trump, and most legal scholars think this case is an incredibly distorted use of the statute and very weak, and it's certainly not going to lead to his imprisonment. So I think we're about to have Trump on the courthouse steps morning and night for a month, and that doesn't do anybody any good.
You know him better than most people, or you did, Ty Cobb. Can he actually spin that to his advantage the way he has in the last couple of months, making this a fundraiser and a way to get on TV every day?
Most certainly. I mean, he'll get a lot of free coverage, and it works to his advantage. And there won't be a single new fact presented that anybody who hasn't followed this for 8 years or 6 years since this payment happened doesn't know.
I realize this isn't a ruling specifically in his favor, as you said on the outset, but they had to be popping corks at Mar-a-Lago.
Oh, no,
night,
definitely.
Right?
No, yeah. No, I mean, Trump's whole play is for delay, and, he got that. I think it was an inevitable possibility that given, the fact that this case didn't arise until December, that the Supreme Court would look at it. While they didn't have to, they elected to, and it's quite appropriate for them to elect to do so. This is exactly what their role is. So yes, but Trump is happy and Jack Smith is frustrated.
You were among those, I believe, to tell us that this appeals court ruling was strong enough that the Supreme Court had no need to step in here. Were you surprised in the end they did?
So yes, I was a little surprised, but not after the lengthy delay. I mean, the lengthy delay that they took to consider whether or not to grant the stay or to grant cert, as they ultimately did, suggested that there was some discomfort on the court, and understandably, because keep in mind that the D.C. Circuit did write a forceful and comprehensive opinion. I think it was more than sufficient to go forward with the case, but they did take an approach where they said, I don't know what the line is, or whatever the line may be between official acts and criminal acts. It's clear that the allegations in this indictment are so far over what that line would be that we don't need to parse that. And I think that's where the Supreme Court is uncomfortable. I think they will. I think they were concerned about letting the trial proceed unless that line was drawn for the benefit of the litigants and for the district court. And in fact, a potentially problematic result could be that the court sends the case back down to the district court for actual factual findings on that issue.
Wow. I've got less than a minute left, Ty. Great conversation. Will the Supreme Court, considering the nature of this case, as you've clearly framed here, the significance of this ruling, they would not be compelled to weigh in an expedited fashion?
Well, they keep in mind they have expedited. I mean, there aren't more than 5 or 6 cases in history that have moved at this light speed. But they're not moving as fast as they did in Bush versus Gore. They're not even moving as fast as they did in Nixon. So yes, I mean, I think that's a problem. On the other hand, this came up in the at the late end of a term. They squeezed it in, unlike any other case they've accepted recently. They squeezed it in, and they're going to resolve it as expeditiously as they can this term. So that's good.
Really appreciate the insights today. Ty Cobb with us here just hours after that Supreme Court ruling, former special White House counsel in the Trump administration. We'll have more straight ahead from Washington. This is Bloomberg.
Okay, today I'm going to talk about how to succeed with a startup. Obviously, more than can be said here in 20 minutes, but I will do the best I can. The most important thing, the number one lesson we try to teach startups is that the degree to which you're successful approximates the degree to which you build a product that is so good, people spontaneously tell their friends about it. Startups always ask us for the secret to success. They always want to believe it's something other than this, because this is really hard to do. But this is it. If you can build a product that is so good, people spontaneously tell their friends about it, you have done 80% of the work that you need to be a really successful startup. If you think about the most successful companies you know, Google, Facebook, whatever, you probably found out about them because a friend of yours said, you got to try this, it's great. So this is the bar. Something that people love so much they tell their friends about it. One important indicator for a product like that is a product that's simple to explain and easy to understand. If you can't explain in a few words what you do, and if at least some people don't say, oh, that's pretty interesting, that's usually a mistake. It's usually a sign of unclear thinking or a need that is not big enough.
From the UK, and I'm the inventor of the gel razor. And today I'm looking for an angel investor to fund my project, the gel razor, whether that's a working concept and working prototype, or manufacturing possibilities with investment, or to get me a licensing deal secured. If you go in any supermarket today, you will see packets of razors sold separately with tins of mousse or gel. hence I developed the all-in-one. The idea is you pressurise the handle, the gel flows through the reservoir up to the head of the razor, coating the blades, ready for shave. My target market is 18 plus, male or female, male blue version, female pink version. What I'm looking for in an investor is someone who's passionate, determined, shares my vision. That's an important step for me, and willing to succeed as I wanted to succeed myself. Patented in the UK in 2021 September. With copyright protection, I have a logo for the gel razor, which you will see on my LinkedIn profile. Currently working with a company in the US who have done me a lovely sell sheet. Big up to them guys. So if you're interested, contact me on LinkedIn profile, Paul J. Gwilt, GWILT, or email me at mufc219@gmail.com.
Figured this out. With us here in Washington is Mike Dorning, Bloomberg Politics reporter, having covered the Hill for a number of years. Mike, you called it. I want to say this first of all. Mike walked us back from the ledge last time he was on, suggesting that there would not be a shutdown. I guess we've learned where Mike Johnson is on CRs here, despite what he's telling us.
Yeah, I mean, even though he's vowed never to get another extension from the teacher, he does get an extension. But here he's asking for a 1-week extension on his homework, and he's pretty far along the way on at least a piece of the spending for the year. For the rest of the year. The year's almost halfway over, of course, from the federal fiscal year. So about 6 of the 12 kind of giant spending packages, they're basically ready to make a deal on going through September 30th, and we'll expect those to be unveiled over the weekend and voted on next week.
So with all the jargon flying around here, a minibus is a collection of, in this case, 6 spending bills, right?
Yeah.
They have a lot of stuff figured out already. The top line number was there weeks ago. Is this going to be controversial, or just a matter of time to write and print the legislation?
Well, we know they've agreed on stuff. My guess is that a lot of the conservative writers, extra provisions, policy rules that some of the House conservatives wanted won't be in there. Some of them might, but the top people have come to an agreement. Essentially, if you're negotiating a business deal, they've gotten the term sheet done. It's just a question of the legal jargon in the contract, which, God willing, will come out over the weekend. They've set aside, though, some of the really controversial spending parts, like the military, like the labor and HHS provisions, which is a place where the FDA actually, I take that back. The FDA's in there, but some of the places where more abortion restrictions could come up.
Then there's the matter of Ukraine funding. If we have figured that out here, how to avoid a shutdown, will that be the next order of business here? Is it a border deal, or is it unlikely anything happens after that?
Well, you can tell that's what the administration, Mitch McConnell from the Republican Party and the congressional Democrats are really focused on. They knew they were on the glide path to an agreement on spending, but if you recall earlier this week when they met with President Biden, that was really the focus of the meeting, was the Ukraine spending. And that's where things are tougher, because for now, Mike Johnson is saying he wants to get first some pretty strong immigration rules that are basically everything the Republicans asked for.
Okay.
And
knowing that can't pass,
knowing that the Democrats aren't going to agree with that. It's hard to know whether he's really sincere about this or whether he's trying to create some space for President Trump to make his best case on this as he opens his campaign. There's a political advantage to keeping this open now because, as you see, both the president and former President Trump are going to the border to highlight their differences on this. The
race for president is really going to kick off next week when probably President Trump will win the Super Tuesday primaries and essentially be all but declared as the Republican nominee. President Biden will have his best moment to make his case to the American people between now and the conventions. And by keeping this border issue open, you can keep open this issue where most Americans aren't with the president. They're with Trump more.
I was at a news briefing this morning with Congressman Tom Suozzi, the newest member of the House of Representatives. He was sworn in last evening at 7 p.m. This is, of course, George Santos's old seat in New York, New York 3. That brings Mike Johnson's majority to its smallest sliver yet. He can only lose 2 votes. How do you get any of this done in that world without making a deal with Hakeem Jeffries?
Oh, I mean, it's almost impossible because there are more than 2 Republicans who are going to vote against any sort of spending bill. So you've got to get some Democrats and probably a fair number of Democrats on board. And at the same time, they can always, any moment that like at least 3 Republicans are fed up with Johnson, they could possibly overthrow him, but they also have this other option to just like gum up the works because you need to get a majority of Congress to pass a rule to get the House to do anything, and they can basically just say it's like a work to rule labor action where we're just going to make it really hard to do anything. He at any moment he can either be overthrown or have his life turned miserable by 3 Republicans.
Incredible. And there are a lot of things that are happening here, Mike Dorning. FISA is another one that has just popped up most recently. We thought we had an agreement on this. Congress is stalling on it. Now the administration is getting involved, moving to extend Section 702 into April 2025. Where is the House and the Senate?
Well, this is something that divides both parties between people who are very concerned about the national security implications of...
This is warrantless spying, essentially, that can involve Americans if they're talking with, quote-unquote, bad guys abroad. Is that a fair way to put it?
Yeah, basically, the main uses are terrorists, hackers, spies, other groups like that are considered national security threats. And this was something the Bush administration did secretly during the Iraq War, essentially like vacuumed up like all these like international conversations, emails, data exchanges, and then analyzed them by computer. And that included these international ones that Americans were party to. Congress passed a law regulating that and allowing this, but putting some parameters in. And civil libertarians in both parties want to make those stronger. And some national security hawks want to keep as much ability for intelligence services to do their work as possible.
It's been controversial since it existed, to your point. I didn't realize the administration could act on its own here, though. They can do this through the courts?
Yeah, I didn't realize this till yesterday, till there was news coverage of this. The way the law works is it has the administration go to a court every year to get an annual, essentially warrant. It's not really a warrant, but an annual court order governing how they can do this consistent with the law. And what the actual current annual court order expires a week before the law expires. So they're going to get that renewed now before the law expired. And the law says if it's renewed before the law expires, you still have the annual court order is good. So they can essentially keep it going for just under another year if they need to. That said, there's some problems with that. Like, for instance, if a new telecom provider comes along or a new WhatsApp app, it can't be extended to them.
This is incredibly important stuff, and I'm glad that we have a chance to talk about it with Mike Dorning. Not only the controversial nature of FISA 702 on its own, but we're talking about, once again, the legislature being carved out of the process, leading us all to ask, what's the point of having a Congress in this Washington?
Well, the thing is, there's paralysis in Congress, essentially. I mean, sometimes they can get some stuff done, but The Republican Party is kind of two parties that are still kind of stuck together. They're divided, and there's such a narrow majority in the House that's Republican. When you have this divided party and these big partisan differences on top of it, it creates paralysis. So then the executive branch is going to like intrude a little and do a little more, and the courts are going to intrude a little more.
Measure, though, to your point, you could be things could be falling through the cracks without a real legislative answer, and this seems to be a recurring theme around
Yes,
here.
absolutely. And even the at least publicly, the Biden officials involved in this would say we'd rather have it renewed and have a new court order that was consistent with whatever new parameters the new law puts in.
Got it. I always love talking this stuff through with you, with your experience and wisdom. Mike Dorning from Bloomberg's politics team here in Washington. Thank you, Mike, for stopping by.
Great to be here. Thank you, Joe.
Stuff that we're discussing here on a daily basis on Balance of Power. I want to bring you up to date on the rest of what's happening around the world. World and national news right now with none other than Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Amy.
All right. Thank you, Joe. Hi to you. The House is set to vote today on another stopgap spending bill to avert a government shutdown. As you were just discussing, this latest deal extends the deadline by another week for agencies due to run out of funds this Saturday. Now, the rest of the agencies would face a March 23rd deadline. Republican Congressman French Hill of Arkansas says this will put off tougher fights on aid to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, and U.S. border security.
We have to put a bill on the floor here in the House. We've got three choices. Take up the Senate bill, take up a compromise bill that Brian Fitzpatrick from Pennsylvania has written, or have leadership from Foreign Affairs, Armed Services, and Intelligence Committee and put their own bill on the floor. And that's what I expect to happen in the next 2 weeks.
House Budget Committee member French Hill of Arkansas was a guest on Bloomberg Surveillance. You can hear more of his thoughts on the Surveillance podcast. Hospitals in and around Gaza City telling the Associated Press scores of dead and wounded civilians are being brought in from a chaotic scene around food trucks trying to deliver humanitarian aid. Local health officials blame Israeli forces for the violence surrounding the aid convoy in the north of the enclave. The Israeli military released a statement accusing Gazan residents of surrounding and then looting those trucks and saying that dozens of people have been trampled. The Supreme Court has agreed to take up former President Trump's claim that he is immune from criminal prosecution. That raises the prospect that a trial over his efforts to overturn the 2020 election could drag on until after this year's election. We talked with Terry Haynes of Pangea Policy, who says that this could drag on even longer. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg World Headquarters. I'm Charlie Pellet. 12:40 the time right now on Wall Street. Stocks are trading mixed. The Dow's lower. The S&P, NASDAQ, they are both advancing right now. 6-point gain in the S&P 500 index at 5,076, up by 0.1%. The Dow lower right now by 70 points, down 0.2%. NASDAQ is up 52 at 16,000, even a gain right now of 0.3%. 10-year yielding 4.24% with a 2-year 4.63%. Spot gold up 0.5%, 2,044 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude flat on the day. Right now, a little changed actually, up 14 cents, 78.68 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin up by 1%, 61,082 right now on Bitcoin. Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco President Mary Daly says central bank officials are ready to lower rates as needed, but she's emphasizing there's no urgent need to cut given the strength of the economy. Her comments came in a conversation on Wall Street Week with David Weston, which airs tomorrow night, 6 o'clock Wall Street time. The Fed's preferred gauge of inflation rose in January at the fastest pace in nearly a year. And with more, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
The core PCE price index rose 0.4% in January, 4 times December. Year over year, it was little changed, reinforcing the Federal Reserve's slow approach to cutting interest rates. The data aligned with Wall Street forecasts. In other words, it could have been worse. Meantime, personal income rose by the most of the year, reflecting Social Security inflation adjustments. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Snowflake shares are plunging 19.2% after earnings. The software maker delivered a disappointing sales forecast. It also announced that CEO Frank Slootman is stepping down from his role. Recapping, stocks are mixed. S&P up 7 right now, up 0.1%. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, we thank you for the update. As always, thanks for being with us on the fastest show in politics here on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube, where you can find us right now. If you search Bloomberg Global News, we've got a live feed with all of our shows there, just waiting for you to enjoy. We'll meet you here in the studio. The lights are lit, and the panel's assembled. So here's a question for you. Would you rather be too old or too dangerous? Better yet, would you rather your president be too old or too dangerous? It seems we've drawn the line here in our latest Bloomberg News swing state poll, working with Morning Consult. We got the latest one out today. Doesn't seem to be great for either of them, to be honest with you. Joe Biden, yeah, they say too old. 82% find Joe Biden or both candidates to be too old. Only 8% found Trump alone to be too old. One is 77, the other one is 81. They're both forgetting things on the regular when they speak publicly, but I digress. 45% say Donald Trump is dangerous, compared to 34% with Joe Biden. And when I say swing states, we've got 7 of them here: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. The problem is, if the election were held today, according to our research with Morning Consult, Joe Biden would lose all 7 states. And that's been consistent since we started rolling these numbers. So let's get into it with the panel. I'm curious to hear what Rick Davis and Lincoln Mitchell have to say. That's our pair today. Rick Davis, of course, Republican strategist, Bloomberg Politics contributor, and Lincoln Mitchell, lecturer at the School of International Public Affairs at Columbia University, political analyst. What do you think, Rick? You've been knee-deep in these numbers since we started doing these monthly check-ins here, and it's not getting better for Joe Biden, is it?
Yeah, it's not getting better overall for Joe Biden. He has improved his lot in a couple of states. Michigan, which we've been talking about all week because of the primaries, he's actually had a movement to getting it within 1 point, which had been as much as 5 points apart over the course of these last 5 surveys by Bloomberg. So that may be the highlight, actually, considering all the problems that we've talked about with Michigan. But I love the questioning about whether you're too old or whether you're too dangerous, right? I mean, I'm not sure what's worse. That would be interesting to see how people feel about that. But the bottom line is neither are good, and it points out this universality of double haters. There's 70% of the population in most other polls that say they don't want either one of them. And this proves that out. 6 in 10 think that Trump's too dangerous. 8 in 10 think Biden's too old. this needs a refresh, but it's not going to happen. So people are going to be forced into some very difficult decisions on Election Day.
Isn't this something? This is the stuff that gets everybody talking, Lincoln, about no labels and RFK Jr. and whoever else thinks they're going to jump into this race. Just the idea that voters don't want either of them. I feel like Rick asked the same question I'm asking here. What is worse, too old or too dangerous?
Well, as far as the double haters, and I would also add, there's also the kind of hate one, unenthused about the other. And if you add that into the mix, you're probably close to 90% of the electorate. I'm exaggerating there.
Wow.
It's not time to talk about third parties. No labels, is Cornel West, Bobby Kennedy Jr. Essentially, they're all shilling for Trump. The issue here, really, if you want to be serious about it, is electoral reform. If we continue to have this duopoly where the two parties control ballot access, where there's no ranked choice voting, no runoff, you're just going to keep having this. You're going to have candidates that at best a lot of people can live with. Unfortunately, we're not even there yet right now. My sense with regards to your question is that what strikes me is that, look, 80% of the American people think Biden is too old. There's a reason for that. He's too old. It doesn't mean that he's lost his facilities, doesn't mean that he's not a competent, decent, hardworking guy, but he's 81 years old. Yeah. This is a demanding job. Now, we should be clear. People think Trump is not as too old, even though he's 4 years younger. And the reason, only 4 years younger, and the reason for that, in my view, is because Trump's mental incapacity presents more like mental illness than age. Biden has all the signs of being someone's getting older grandfather or parent or uncle, depending, what generation you are. Trump has the signs of that family member that you're getting pretty worried about. And so it just kind of presents differently. And then the other issue here is, imagine if we could not talk about being president, let's talk about being a truck driver, right? Okay. If you were hiring someone to be a truck driver and one guy was getting too old and losing his vision, you say, maybe I don't want you behind the wheel of an 18-wheeler because, there could be an accident. But if the other guy wasn't actually going to drive the truck anyway and was just going to kind of eat cheeseburgers and tweet in the driver's seat while he stays in the parking lot, it wouldn't matter if he was going blind. And to some extent, the reason the age is a bigger issue for Biden is because he actually would be president. We saw what Trump was as president. He watched a little TV, he tweeted, he had a cheeseburger, he got angry at somebody. He's not doing the job anyway, so it doesn't matter how old he is.
Interesting point of view here. Rick Davis, both are at the border today, getting back to the number one issue, and one that's certainly been dogging Joe Biden. We've talked about this a bit. What do you make of them both showing up at the same time? What are the optics going to be like here in the split screen on the Rio Grande, Rick?
Well, you're never going to out-demagogue Donald Trump. So, unless he's got some new messaging that he's going to present, the president's going to be at a, distinct disadvantage because Donald Trump will just raise the temperature to a level that, heretofore has never been seen before. He's really good at that. None of it is meaningful. None of it has any application to policy. Nothing's going to change on the border. Joe Biden will play it straight. He's going to talk about policy. But if he doesn't announce something where he's cracking down on this border mess, then I think it's advantaged Donald Trump because everyone has expected Biden to deliver something in this area. We've been talking about the importance of the border writ large on all these states that are now, considering these two guys as the candidates, and he's not playing in the game. He's got this perfect opportunity with Republicans dropping the ball, with this perfectly good Senate bill, but he's got to offer some alternative. And right now, it doesn't sound like there's a plan to do it today.
Lincoln, I don't want to set you up. I only have a minute left, but I'd love to know if you agree. Does Joe Biden need to make news in this speech today?
I'm inclined to agree. And if you look at your poll, the poll you cited earlier, what we see is that immigration remains extremely important to the American people, and they think Trump can handle it better. And the challenge here for Biden is he has to explain something relatively complicated and counterintuitive. We had a bill that gave Trump and the Republicans what they wanted, and Trump told his people not to vote for it. That's what happened. But that's a complicated message. That's not a 3-second message. Build a wall. That's a 30-second message, and it's tougher for Biden to communicate that. He's got to do something.
That's right.
He tried to do something. Now he's got to communicate this, and it's not going to be easy.
It requires people to actually be paying attention, which is a lot to ask for these days around here. Lincoln Mitchell and Rick Davis with us on the panel next as we turn our attention to Capitol Hill on Bloomberg.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Salesforce out with a lackluster annual sales forecast, but investors are pleased by the company's continued profitability, a first-ever dividend, and an increase in share buybacks. Right now, Salesforce up by 1.3%. HP Inc. reported quarterly revenue that missed estimates, battered by the ongoing slump in personal computer sales. HPQ, Hewlett-Packard, down by 1.3%. The CEO of Dine Brands, John Payton, says consumers remain resilient even if they are watching their wallets. Dine is the parent company of Fuzzy's Taco Shop, IHOP, and Applebee's, home of the Dollar Margarita. And Payton spoke with us this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
Throughout 2023 and into 2024, our guest at all three of our brands has been remarkably resilient to the extent that it really surprised us a bit. We do see from our data that they're eating out 1 or 2 times fewer, per quarter than they did before. And when they make their choices, they are still looking for full-service dining because, prices are up almost 20% in restaurants versus 2019. And so if you're going out to eat and QSR has become more expensive as well, they want that experience, they want the service, they want everything that we have to offer at Applebee's and IHOP and Fuzzy's.
QSR, shorthand for quick service restaurant Dine Brands, down now by 0.2%. By the way, you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Among the other companies out with earnings today, we did hear from Best Buy. It reported sales that beat expectations as the retailer made progress toward reversing a 2-year slump. Best Buy shares, they're up now by 2.5%. Those are our top company stories, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, so we've got a deal. Everybody excited? Guess what? The government's not going to start shutting down tomorrow. I don't know what'll happen 2 weeks from now, but it looks like they've made some progress, defying gravity yet again and doing exactly what Speaker Mike Johnson vowed not to do. Extend this thing by 2 weeks so they can buy more time to write and pass actual spending bills. Well, kind of. They'll be all glommed together into these minibus packages that will apparently pass. I'm not sure that's a sure thing, though, and I wonder where the panel is on this. Spent plenty of time talking about it with Rick Davis. He's here, Bloomberg Politics contributor, joined as well by Lincoln Mitchell, political analyst, lecturer at the International School of Public Affairs at Columbia University. What do you think here, Lincoln? We bought 2 more weeks. This is the 4th CR now for Mike Johnson. Will they actually be able to pass a real budget, even if it's in this minibus form in the next 2? Because Joe Biden's coming up to deliver a State of the Union address next week.
Well, first of all, this is simply no way to govern a country, right? I mean, there was a period in American history not that long ago where potential budget shutdowns were kind of newsmaking, right? Now it's just kind of standard operating procedure in Washington. This is no way to govern. Nobody wants to do business with a country that governs this way. It brings in instability. Problems never get solved. And so will we get a real budget here? He hasn't delivered one yet. He doesn't have the votes in the House. The idea of, he's got a tiny, tiny margin, smaller now because Swazi won that seat out in Long Island. He doesn't have the votes. He will lose, any kind of spending. He's going to lose a few votes. So I don't think we're going to get a real budget. And, we're looking at the map and what's coming up, regardless of the presidential elections, very likely that the Democrats win back the House. And one of the reasons if that happens will be because the Republicans have proven over and over and over again with control of the House, not only that they can't govern, but they're barely interested in governing.
Where are you on this one, Rick? Lincoln reminds us that Tom Suozzi was sworn in last night. I went to a news briefing this morning and talked to him briefly. He's feeling pretty good about things, and that means Mike Johnson only has 2 seats to play with right now. Can he pull this off?
Yeah, look, when he had more seats than that, he couldn't pull it off. He wasn't able to get a appropriations bill done for the Defense Department. He wasn't able to do it for transportation and HUD. His own people created those bills, not Democrats, his own Republican votes in the House. And so I tend to agree with Lincoln. I think that he's got a real headwind to blow because these are political terrorists on the floor of the House of Representatives. They don't care about the country having a budget. They're not promoting a shutdown, but they do it just the same. They don't really care about it one way or another. And so he hasn't found a way, the speaker, to cut a deal with the Democrats to neuter that opposition, to make it totally worthless, because at the end of the day, he's got plenty of Democratic votes to work with. So until at which point in time he wises up and says, you know what, I got to have a bipartisan option here. I have to be able to get Democratic votes for anything that's going to pass in this chamber. And so far, there's no evidence that they're prepared to walk the line if Republicans are going to still jam it up. So I think we're still in a very dangerous period right now.
This is incredible. So in our last minute here, just quickly, both of you, does that mean we're likely to hit this 1% sequester in April, the across-the-board cut, Lincoln?
I don't know. I mean, it's hard to know. I think that we're going to keep continuing to get CRs. Johnson is, like his predecessor, McCarthy, Kevin McCarthy.
Yes.
What he wants to do is be speaker, and he'll do anything to keep being speaker, governing the country, solving problems, having the budget, paying for the services we need. That's less of a priority.
Well, so Rick, we're heading for a sequester in April. The Hawks aren't going to allow that, are they?
It's hard to see that there's going to be a sequester, but there'll be more and more pressure every time they miss a deadline.
Incredible. Rick Davis, Lincoln Mitchell will be back with us in hour 2 as we pick through some of the polling results here in what we learned from Bloomberg News, and keep an eye on the campaign and on Capitol Hill, where we clearly have a deal. Hour 2 starts now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Washington, D.C.
Congress agrees to kick the can again, and the latest Bloomberg News swing state poll finds voters think President Biden is too old and Donald Trump is too dangerous. Welcome to the fastest show in politics. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. And Kaylee, one thing we can say with confidence today to our listeners and viewers here on Bloomberg Radio and TV is the government won't start shutting down tomorrow.
Well, we don't think it will. You still have to pass on the floor of the House and the Senate.
Not total confidence.
But
the path has been cleared,
I would say
isn't it?
the path is clear. Yeah. It is highly likely that a shutdown will not begin Friday. But as you say, it's just a can kick down the road. Next Friday is when we'll be having the will we partially shut down conversation.
Yes, that's right. Could get votes actually before this hour is out in the House. Yeah. Kaylee, if they do it right, and to your point, there are no troublemakers here, and there could be, Senate votes late afternoon, and they all fly away. You know what that means? They came back after a 2-week recess and worked a 24-hour week.
Yes, basically. Sounds nice. Like a job I would want. Joe and I will still be here tomorrow, even if Congress will not, because, of course, we also have a lot to talk about in the 2024 race, which is ongoing. Our latest polling, Joe, not necessarily good news for the president, as voters in swing states find him too old, and Trump is leading him on average across the 7 states we surveyed by 5 points.
He would still lose them, although we did see a bit of improvement for Joe Biden in Michigan, of all places, Kaylee, after the conversations we've had and the uncommitted movement in Michigan. A little bit of improvement there. But for Donald Trump to be deemed as too dangerous alongside too old, I wonder which is worse.
It's a question we'll pose this hour to Eli Oakley of Morning Consult. He'll be with us in just a minute. First, though, as always, we got to get a check on the markets. And Bloomberg's Charlie Bellet has that for us in New York. Hey,
Thank
Charlie.
you very much, Kayla Lyons. Here's what's going on. We have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average trading lower right now. The S&P, NASDAQ, they are both higher. 13-point gain right now on the S&P, up by about 0.3%. Dow Industrials down 19, lower by 0.1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index at 16,029, up 81 points. points, up 0.5%. 10-year yield 4.25% with a 2-year 4.63%. Gold up $11.50 the ounce to $2,046, up by about 0.6%. Bitcoin up 0.6%, 60,929 on Bitcoin. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil is retreating lower, little change right now, down by 5 cents a barrel, 78.51 on WTI. New York Attorney General Letitia James has launched an investigation into AT&T after its wireless network outage interrupted services for hundreds of thousands of subscribers last week. AT&T shares, they are up now by about 0.2%. Weight Watchers WW International shares plunging today after Oprah Winfrey said she is preparing to leave its board, the latest blow to the obesity-focused company that is struggling to stay relevant in the Ozempic era. Shares of Weight Watchers WW, they are trading lower. Right now we do have Weight Watchers down by 22.4%. Again, recapping, stocks are trading mixed. S&P 500 index up now by about 0.3%. Balance of Power continues, the Thursday edition. Back we go to Washington once again. Here they are, Kaylee Lyons and Joe Matthew.
That's right, Charlie, and you know what that means, Thursday edition. Welcome to Little Friday. It's Leap Day, too. How about that, Kaylee?
Oh, yeah. Happy Leap Day.
Happy Leap Day to you as well. We need to do this to make sure the calendar works right, because not much else is around here in Washington. In fact, the calendar is a big part of the problem in Washington, with a deadline that we are set to avert, it appears, for a government shutdown beginning tomorrow. Got to do some voting first, though.
Got to do some voting. Got to get this continuing resolution and another stopgap measure passed. This would be the 4th stopgap measure of this fiscal year, because we did this in September, November, January, and here we are doing it again. And not everyone is thrilled about this.
Yeah.
Congressman Matt Gaetz of Florida, remember, he's the one that launched the motion to vacate against Speaker McCarthy last fall, correct? Says on the floor, the last I checked, Republicans have the majority in the House of Representatives, but you wouldn't know it looking at our checkbook. Doesn't seem thrilled about this.
He was also cheering the announcement from Mitch McConnell yesterday. Not a fan of leadership, apparently, in either chamber.
Yep, he said we got McCarthy out, McDaniel out at the RNC, and now the other Mitch McConnell. And of course, here at Bloomberg, Megan Scully, our congressional team leader, has the pleasure of covering all of these stories. It's been quite a week for her, and she's joining us now in our Washington, D.C. studio on both television and radio. Megan, we're in the home stretch, it seems. You shouldn't have to work this weekend as a shutdown starts, potentially, right? This is going to pass today. We're mostly in the clear, right?
Well, yes, it seems to be. Now, the House is going to be voting here probably within the hour on the stopgap measure. And then it goes over to the Senate, which will do its senating thing involving, lots of procedural motions. And the hope is to get it done today. By today, I mean it could be late tonight, or it could be early morning tomorrow. Senators want to get out of town. They don't want to stick around to do this, but it takes a unanimous consent to move anything quickly. So we'll likely see some debate on various amendments that are doomed, that won't pass. It'll be a bit of a show, but it will get done. Now, as for this weekend, though, we will start to see some text, we expect, on these 6 spending bills that they will be voting on next week. So that'll be interesting to see what is actually in there.
So 6 would bring us through next week. Then another 6 would follow. Those are the tough ones, including Pentagon spending. Where are we on this? This was there was no deal. We were going to shut down 24 hours ago. Can they actually get this done and make the Hawks happy while they're at it?
By this, you mean that second tranche of bills?
Yeah, or is that an open question? They've got till the 22nd, we should remind
They have
everyone.
till the 22nd for the Defense Department, for the Homeland Security Department, which is another sticky one,
right?
given border. But then there's also Health and Human Services, where abortion could become a key issue on that. And with IVF now kind of percolating after the Alabama court decision, it just adds more political fuel to the fire. The Pentagon spending is typically what is the driving factor to get these things done. The Pentagon hates continuing resolutions. They can't sign new contracts under continuing resolutions, and they don't want to risk going up against this next deadline, this April 30th deadline, that would mean 1% across the board cuts. which when you're dealing with a $750 billion budget isn't just, pennies and nickels. So, I do think that we'll get there, but it's going to be messy, and as with everything on the Hill, it will go down to the last second.
Well, and in a House that was supposed to be about regular order, trying to pass each bill separately, is that how this is likely to go? We're going to see 6 individual packages on the floor, or is this going to be a minibus?
It's somebody called it a megabus today.
Okay, so it is a megabus, potentially.
It's not an omnibus. It's
Right.
not everything, but it's bigger than mini, I guess. No, it will be a package of 6 bills, and that's what we'll see the language of this weekend. And then the next package will be the remainder of the government.
I believe it was Ralph Norman, Congressman, Freedom Caucus member, who told us last night that was an insult to the American people.
Yes.
Tell us, break this down in our final minute here, Megan. What is the difference between doing this one by one and in a package like that? Why is that a sin?
So if conservatives want to be able to take up each of these bills individually so they can have an opportunity to amend them fairly extensively, when you do it as part of one big package, while they may allow amendments on the floor, we don't know if they will, but though they may do that, you're not getting sort of the additional layer of scrutiny that you might get if each of these bills were brought up individually.
That's perfectly distilled. Thank you. I feel like we talk about this stuff and assume a lot of everybody watching and listening. Megan Scully runs our congressional coverage. Imagine her life right now as we approach some very important voting. And we'll let you know when that happens, Kaylee. It looks like we'll have the House maybe even in the next hour, Senate late afternoon. But
at some point.
We'll see which way the wind is blowing.
Exactly.
I started this hour with so much confidence, and then it brought me back down to earth. Thank you, Megan. As we turn to the poll, Kaylee, this is pretty important. A roughly monthly drop that we're doing right now with our partners at Morning Consult. This is the Bloomberg Swing State Poll. 7 states. Joe Biden loses them all to Donald Trump if that election were held today?
Indeed. On average, by 5 points, Trump would be victorious. And even, Joe, if you add third parties into the mix, candidates like RFK Jr., Trump still wins.
Pretty fascinating stuff here. We saw a bit of a ray of light for Joe Biden in Michigan. He's still losing the state by a small margin, though. And the big headline, Kaylee, is too old. That's different than really old. You might think he's too old means he shouldn't be the president, right? He's too old to have the job.
Well, this is what's interesting is 8 in 10 voters in this poll did say they find him to be too old. But even among those who say they plan to vote for Biden, 7 in 10 said he fits that description. So I guess they'd still think he's too old, but they'll vote for him anyway. This is probably a question best put to Eli Oakley, who is joining us from our partner on this poll, Morning Consult. He's a U.S. politics analyst there. So Eli, should our takeaway here be that they may find him old, but a lot of them still plan to vote for him? Just how problematic does this poll look for the Biden campaign?
Well, I think it's a big problem. Nobody wants to be called too old. Clearly, that's weighing on the president. And I mean, even in our national tracking, this is weighing on him more than it is Donald Trump. Nationally, a good chunk of voters, about half, think Donald Trump's too old, but they're far more likely to say that about Joe Biden. What we did in this survey was we kind of forced voters to pick. We said, do you think Donald Trump is too old? Do you think Joe Biden is too old? Do you think they're both too old? And where voters are inclined to go is Joe Biden. Clearly, this is something that is a big problem for him. Now, one ray of hope for him here is the fact that a good chunk, like 4 in 10 voters, said they think both of them are too old. And that might give Biden a bit of an opening as we're moving forward. You know, Donald Trump has been campaigning for president for the Republican nomination for a while now, but he's not as dominant as he will be in the coming months as he takes the mantle likely of the Republican nominee. I think you saw President Biden on late night TV trying to flag to voters that the former president is pretty old too. And so I think the current president might be leaning on some of these other descriptors like dangerous to try to remind a lot of these voters from 2020 why they didn't like Donald Trump in the first place.
Well, talk to me about that. Eli, it's great to have you back. By the way, I don't know, would you rather be too old or too dangerous? Too dangerous seems like that might be a bigger problem.
I mean, whenever we've been talking about these surveys, I mean, the way we've been kind of thinking about the election isn't necessarily about issues. I mean, it's almost about senility versus criminality. And which of those two things is going to matter more to the electorate? Right now, Donald Trump has an edge, but I'm going to bang the hammer on this nail so many times. The American people are not tuned into Donald Trump like they used to be. And the coming campaign and the job of the Biden campaign in the coming months is going to be able to remind voters why they didn't like Donald Trump 4 years ago. And I think what we're seeing on the legal front, on the perhaps the danger bucket here, is going to take center stage in the coming months as Donald Trump is at trial after trial defending himself from a range of serious felony charges. And not to mention the kind of talk he's doing on issues like NATO, kind of changing the America's place in the world. There's a good chunk of the electorate that is leaning isolationist, but it's not everybody. It's not even everybody in the Republican Party. And we saw that stick out in the open-end questions. I mean, the very first thing we ask is what voters are seeing, reading, or hearing about these candidates. And without any prompting, a good number of folks listed NATO. And so people are starting to take note of some of these things, but it's just not as widespread as the Biden campaign needs it to be in order to damage Donald Trump ahead of November.
Well, as we think about the NATO question and as we've considered the U.S. relationship with our allies, how Congress or members of it, for example, view that, a lot of them say we need to be focusing greater attention on issues here at home, on our own borders. And on that point, Eli, both Donald Trump and Joe Biden are making trips to the border today. And that's something that came up in the poll, the issue of immigration. A majority, we found, still hold Biden and Democrats responsible for the migrant surge we are seeing there. But I found it interesting. Blame for congressional Republicans and the Trump administration went up 5 percentage points. Is that because the border bill tanked in Congress? Is that telling in some way that voters recognize the role Republicans played in that?
Yeah, I mean, what we're seeing nationally is that more voters than ever since we started tracking see a crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border. As more voters have seen the economy improving a bit, more voters are listing immigration as their number one issue in the 2024 elections. And as this process in Washington has played out, what we have noticed is fewer voters are blaming foreign conditions, economic conditions, war, and more are blaming Washington. And Joe Biden and congressional Democrats heed the bulk of that blame, but it's not just them. Since we did this last survey, since this bipartisan border deal fell apart on Capitol Hill, it does appear that some voters are taking note that Republicans are part of the problem too. It's not a lot, but it's some. It's about 1 in 5 voters now. That's up 5 points about congressional Republicans. Some voters are blaming the Trump administration more than they were a while ago. And, you know, this is happening in Arizona, places that are close to the border, but also across the swing state map.
Fascinating. I was talking to our own Michael McKee earlier, Eli, about something called the observer effect. I know it's something that you pollsters are very well aware of. The act of observing something can frequently change the way we look at it and therefore polling results. If you keep asking people if Joe Biden is too old, they're going to keep saying he's too old, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, and part of that is that he is old. Like, people know that. They're not dumb. They know that the president is in his 80s. He has slips on TV from time to time. There's reporting coming out about him that's not so good. The question we're going to be watching is Donald Trump has slips too. I mean, he's referred to running against President Obama, who's not been in the White House since 2020 or since 2016. He's referred to Nikki Haley as the Speaker of the House on January 6th. These things are not so salient right now. But as more and more people tune into this, I mean, a lot of voters, at least a few weeks ago, weren't so sure that Donald Trump was going to be the nominee for the Republican Party. People are not paying attention to this like we are here in Washington. And so when Donald Trump takes center stage in the coming months, he's doing his rallies, he's showing up in communities in some of these swing states, it's going to be a reality check for him and whether voters see him as too old, just like they do President Biden.
Yeah, and of course, Joe, a lot of this will probably depend on whether or not Trump is a convicted felon as we get closer to the election.
Which is something else our polling has
and indicates
brought forth.
a lot of these swing state voters would not, in fact, vote for him.
In the case of a conviction, the number went up in case of jail time, which is looking pretty unlikely after that Supreme Court ruling yesterday.
Yep, so it's something we will continue to follow in this poll. Again, we're doing it almost every single month, and we'll be speaking to Eli Oakley almost every single month for that reason. U.S. politics analyst at Morning Consult. Thank you so much, Eli, for joining us. But, Joe, we still have a lot more to discuss when it comes to 2024 and with Congress as well. No voting happening yet, but it could come this hour.
Yeah, averting a government shutdown, it appears. We'll be following the beat on this for you here on Balance of Power. And we're going to assemble the panel next. Rick Davis and Lincoln Mitchell come in with their take on the poll and the campaign. This is Bloomberg.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 1:21 the time right now on Wall Street. We've got the Dow lower, the S&P, NASDAQ. They are both advancing right now. 14-point gain for the S&P at 5,084, up by 0.3%. Traders fearing another disappointing inflation report got a degree of relief this morning after the Fed's favored price gauge was on spot with estimates. The Dow down 34, drop there of 0.1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 0.6%. 0.6% now, higher by 90 points. 10-year yield 4.24% with a 2-year that's yielding 4.62%. Spot gold up $11 the ounce to $2,045, up 0.6%. Bitcoin up 1.2%, 61,270 right now on Bitcoin. And crude oil, West Texas Intermediate up 0.2%, 78.68 a barrel. So again, U.S. stocks trading mixed. We're keeping an eye on Snowflake shares. They are plunging 19.3%. The software maker delivered a disappointing sales forecast and announced that Chief Executive Officer Frank Slootman is stepping down from the role. Again, shares of Snowflake, they are moving lower now by 19.2%. Recapping, S&P 500 index up right now by 0.3%. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington, and once again, Kaylee Lines and Joe Matthew.
All right, Bloomberg's Charlie Pellet in New York. Thank you so much for joining us. We're back here in Washington, Joe and myself, on Bloomberg Television and Radio. And what's interesting, Joe, is we've had a lot of news in the last 24 hours, to say the least, from Mitch McConnell to a funding deal to even yesterday the Supreme Court deciding that it was going to take up Trump's immunity challenge. A headline just crossing the terminal now. After news yesterday, in addition to all of that, that Illinois was kicking Trump off the ballot on the grounds of the 14th Amendment. Trump will remain on that ballot as a judge now stays that ruling. This is according to people familiar with the matter, say Illinois Judge Porter is issuing this order to pause this Trump ruling until the appeals process ends. And we also know, Joe, that this is an issue that the Supreme Court is also dealing with. Just a few weeks ago, they heard arguments in this 14th Amendment case.
Yeah, that's right. And a ruling that could come at any time, I guess. We're waiting for a lot of rulings now from the Supreme Court as they take up the immunity case as well. A major development late yesterday that we spoke earlier with Ty Cobb about. It appears, Kaylee, that Jack Smith's trial here in Washington, unless there's some small miracle, will not have time to see its way through, at least before the election. It could be underway when people vote, but not likely concluded.
Well, and as we learned once again in Bloomberg's latest poll with Morning Consult today, the outcome of Trump's criminal trials very much could impact how likely voters are to support him come November. In swing states, more than half say they would not vote for Donald Trump if he were to be a convicted felon.
Yeah, we want to get into this. Our latest Bloomberg News Morning Consult swing state poll with our panel. Let's assemble the panel. Rick Davis is with us, Bloomberg Politics contributor and Republican strategist, alongside Democratic analyst Lincoln Mitchell, lecturer at Columbia University, also runs a cool Substack that we'll tell you about here as well. Great to have both of you with us. Welcome to the Thursday edition. Rick, you've been watching this poll since it was born several months ago. How would you characterize the state of this race for Joe Biden, deemed too old in this contest and losing all 7 swing states to Donald Trump?
Yeah, there's no question. It's really bad news for Joe Biden. No appreciable change other than, in a couple of states like Michigan, where he's drawn closer, but still behind by a point. I'd like to switch to issues. I mean, we've talked for a long time about, this Biden economy, Bidenomics. He's got to convince voters that he can manage the economy. And what we're seeing in this poll, in these states, the economy still significantly outweighs the border as the number one issue to voters. And nowadays, that actually might be in Joe Biden's best interest, because there is some indications, improvement by 5 points in this current survey, respondents saying that they think the economy is getting better. So some of what we're seeing and predicting, we've been talking about this a long time, that there's a lagging impact with voters around an improving economy. Maybe we're starting to see some of that lag come in, and probably at a key time, because at this stage, if I were a betting man, I'd say the economy still outflanks border as an issue for voters in these states, but but Biden has to take credit for that improvement.
Well, so Lincoln, let's continue this conversation on the economy, because Rick is right. You could see some of the numbers coming into more in the president's favor, though still this poll showed only 31% of voters think the economy is heading in the right direction, at least on a national level. It does improve their thinking as we ask them about what they feel locally. They're more likely to say their local economy is doing okay. But if you're the Biden campaign looking at only essentially a 31% feeling good about the economy, how much time do you realistically have to improve that? Do you have all the way until November, or mine's going to be made up on that in the more immediate future?
Well, if I might make a few points, you touched on this. It's very notable in that poll because the people view the economy in their state better than nationally, and in their local, I forget the exact words, but essentially their town or city better than the state, which means the closer they are to a lived experience of the economy, the more favorably they view the economy. And the reason for that, there could be lots of reasons for that. Obviously, what they're getting in the media is a big reason for that. The thing about the economy is 20 years ago, 30 years ago, we could say that the economy is the biggest indicator of whether or not the president will get reelected. Strong economy, president's party wins, or the president himself wins. Poor economy, the president doesn't get reelected or his party loses. Today, asking people what they think of the economy is a surrogate measure of partisanship. And one piece of evidence I would offer for that is that Republicans, over the course of the month of January 2021, went from thinking it was a great economy to a terrible economy. And that was simply because we had a new president. And that's a long way of saying that Biden, I think, still has some time. By late summer, people's views about the economy are going to solidify. He still has some time to raise those numbers. And while this is, like in every election, the most important issue, it's not necessarily the issue that moves the undecided voters, even in these states. So I don't have the data in front of me, but it struck out at me that abortion was ranked as the #1 issue by 6% of the voters when they could only list one. That's actually pretty high. So where are those 6? If those 6 are in the undecided camp because they're, suburban white folks who kind of want to vote Republican but aren't happy about Dobbs, those are people who Biden can get. So I completely agree with Rick that the way to understand this poll is by looking at the issues. But simply Joe Biden pounding his fist on the table and saying, hey, the economy is better than you think is not a winning a strategy. Overall, there's no way to spin this as good news for Biden. From very early on in this, I said this is not going to end with Trump being convicted. That was always, even with all these legal cases, and even with, in my view, his obvious guilt, that was always a fantasy. This is going to be a very close election. It's still doable for Biden, but he's got a lot of work to do. And the communications piece of this has to improve, not only on the economy, but on a whole bevy of issues, including going after Trump and reminding people how bad it was when he was president.
Unfavorables are brutal, it seems like, for everybody here, Rick. 64% in one state here for Donald Trump. When I say everyone, I'm including Kamala Harris. And we don't talk about her very often. At some point, Donald Trump's going to choose a running mate. She's going to have to stand for a debate. I would just wonder to what extent, when people talk about danger here, by the way, single digits in this poll consider neither of them to be too dangerous. To what extent does Kamala Harris and a vice presidential choice that Donald Trump will make, if any, impact this?
Yeah, I think we're too early to tell. I mean, she's clearly not a very popular politician, maybe the least popular politician in America today. I mean, Nancy Pelosi did her no favors by getting out of leadership because she used to be the least popular politician in America. And so I think this campaign, the Biden White House, the Biden campaign, is going to have to figure out what they want to do. I remember the dog days of 1992 when we had, a really tough campaign with George H.W. Bush. And it reminds me a lot of this campaign. And Dan Quayle was an anchor on that campaign. I mean, nice enough guy, but nobody thought he was the vice president that was going to help the ticket get elected. And there was a legitimate effort to try and unseat him as the candidate. And ultimately, George H.W. Bush said, my loyalty is what I treasure more than anything. And I guess he treasured that more than winning re-election. So that's going to be a test at some point. We'll talk about it a lot running up to the convention. But Democrats are going to have to look at this themselves and say, is this really the best ticket that we can put on the field of play?
Well, speaking of things we talk about a lot, we've talked a lot about the economy, obviously, Lincoln, but and Rick mentioned this a bit, immigration, maybe not as much of an issue in the economy as in these swing states. But Biden clearly is taking this issue seriously as he is at the border today. Donald Trump also is at the border today. They're a few hundred miles apart. Optically, who do these visits favor if Biden's visit doesn't actually come with any executive action, say, any real policy change?
Well, optically, it's Biden, it's Trump throwing red meat to his base. That always helps him. For Biden, I don't think this makes any impression at all. I want to just go back to Kamala Harris and
So
make
why
two very important points here. Kamala Harris is unpopular because Joe Biden wants her to be unpopular. Had he supported her the way Obama supported him, and had Harris's numbers been strong, which they would have been, the pressure on him not to run would have been extreme. The only way he was going to get to run for a second term was if Harris was unpopular. That's why he pushed her away. We just talked about the border. That's why he gave her that responsibility. A popular Kamala Harris was an enormous threat to Joe Biden. But that's where we are. Where we are now, this is important. There's no way they're taking Kamala Harris off the ticket. The idea that the Democratic Party is going to take an African-American woman off of the ticket is just a complete non-starter, as it should be, because she is extremely qualified for this. But secondly, and I don't know if I didn't have time to read this entire poll, but every poll I've seen shows that among the non-Biden candidates, Harris is winning big among voters, among Democratic voters, to be clear. So in other words, if Biden doesn't run, it's going to be Kamala Harris. But what that also tells you is that within the base of the Republican Party, she's still pretty popular. Biden made an enormous strategic error by not supporting Harris from the beginning. There is real political talent here. This is somebody who won handily in a competitive AG race, handily in what ended up not being a competitive Senate race particularly. She can be very, very good, but Biden didn't have her back. Obama did have his for 8 years.
All right, Lincoln Mitchell of Columbia University and Bloomberg Politics contributor Rick Davis. Always great to have you both on the program. Thank you so much for joining us. I would point out that the House has started voting as they try to make their way toward passing this funding deal, which essentially is just a continuing resolution so they can actually pass the funding packages themselves. The motion to suspend the rules is being voted on now. We will continue to keep you apprised. And speaking of keeping you apprised, let's get a check on other world and national news now with Amy Morris in the 99.1 newsroom here in Washington. Hey, Amy.
Hey, Kaylee. House lawmakers all voting at this hour on that new stopgap deal to fund the federal government. Just a day after congressional leaders reached a deal to avert a government shutdown. We're watching this vote. We're going to have results for you as soon as we get them. Republicans in the Senate are thinking about who will take over for Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, who says he'll be stepping down at the end of the year as the party leader. Greg Vallier, chief U.S. policy strategist at AGF Investments, says there are 3 Johns in line to replace him.
I'd say maybe John Cornyn of Texas as a placeholder. John Barrasso out west in Wyoming has a chance, and so does Thune of South Dakota, although Thune's been very cool to Trump. This is going to be a Trump Senate, no question about it.
Greg mentioned Senator John Cornyn of Texas. He has now informed his colleagues he does intend to run. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 1:40 the time right now on Wall Street. We have got the Dow trading lower, the S&P, NASDAQ. They are both advancing right now. Stocks a little changed. Stocks higher after we got that no bad news report this morning on inflation. The 10-year 4.24%, 2-year 4.62%, S&P up 15, a gain right now of 0.3%. Dow Industrials down 23, a decline there of 0.1%. NASDAQ up 89, up by 0.6%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares also advancing today by 0.6%. Spot gold right now up 0.5%, 2,045 the ounce. Bitcoin up 0.3 to 60,765, and crude lower a little change, down 2 cents a barrel right now. WTI 78.52 a barrel. Lots of earnings. Best Buy out with sales that beat expectations as the retailer said it made progress toward reversing a 2-year slump amid soft demand for electronics and appliances. Best Buy shares are up by 1.3%. Again, recapping, stocks are trading mixed. The Dow lower right now, S&P higher by 15. That is a gain of 0.3%. Balance of Power continues. The Thursday edition, the leap year edition. Back we go. Once again, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
Yes, happy Leap Day, Charlie Pellet, and thank you. Welcome to Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington alongside Kaylee Lyons, and the scary line in the big take, Kaylee. This is the one that hit yesterday about AI being used in warfare.
Yep.
America's use of AI in warfare is no longer theoretical. Enter Project Maven.
Yes, this is already in the works in a year in which financial markets have been absolutely obsessed with artificial intelligence, as have lawmakers on Capitol Hill. And the fact of the matter is, it's already arrived, even if we haven't fully figured out how it should be regulated. And the military is using it as well. And that is the subject not just of this Big Take story, but also the Big Take DC podcast this week, which Soleil Mosin is the host of. She is a senior Washington correspondent here at Bloomberg. She's joining us now in our Washington studio on both TV and radio. So, Soleil, what is Project Maven? How exactly is the military thinking about and using AI actively already?
They are using what big tech already have, the ability to identify objects and scan photos for military use. I spoke to a former DoD official who was at DoD around the early 2010s and proposed this project of bringing the U.S. military and big tech together. Listen to the conversation we had right now.
For a long time, I had a job that wasn't acknowledged. My wife didn't know what I did for a living other than there was a paycheck coming in.
This is Will Roper. Back in the mid-2010s, he was in charge of a then-secret office within the Defense Department called the Strategic Capabilities Office.
That meant developing new systems and new strategies, building the future of warfare.
Roper was fascinated by how big tech was using artificial intelligence to scan photos and identify objects, and what it could do for the U.S. military.
A lot of what industry was trying to do, being able to identify buildings and roads and objects, it seemed very traceable to battlefield analogs.
I had a great conversation with Katrina Manson, who reported out this story. She brought Will Roper to us, talking about the obstacles that the U.S. military and Pentagon had in bringing this kind of technology. Because as Roper told us, the Internet of Things did not happen for the U.S. government as fast as it did for the rest of the world. So there was a lot of pushback about allowing computer algorithms to identify tanks and separate what's a hospital and a civilian building with a military target.
It's interesting you say the Pentagon now has what high tech has had, because the Pentagon's been working on AI for a long time, actually, right? We had a conversation with Congressman Seth Moulton, not only a combat veteran, but on the Armed Services Committee. He wrote a fascinating op-ed calling for a Geneva Convention for AI. And I wonder to what extent the Pentagon is willing to talk about guardrails or somehow restraining the use of this technology, because everybody's going to have it at some point.
There's a huge debate that's raging right now around this issue. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres actually brought this up, that autonomous military targeting of in warfare should be something that needs to be curbed or have some kind of regulation. There are people in the Pentagon, in the military, special targeting officers who were not convinced that this is the way to go. But the fact of the matter is that these algorithms, these computers work faster than the human brain. And we're not the only ones who have them. Right now, there are other conflicts in the world. Ukraine and Israel are using similar technology. And so the U.S. does need to get involved and remain in a leadership position as far as it can.
Well, and of course, Ukraine and Israel are U.S. allies. We're actively supporting them in the conflicts that they are currently engaged in. What about adversaries, though? Does China have this technology? Does Russia?
I'd love to know the answer to that. I don't know if they have the technology, but if there is going to be a deeper conflict between the U.S. and China, I know Taiwan is sort of on the minds of a lot of people in the military, then having this kind of advancement, having our grip around it is going to be important.
The podcast drops a little bit later on today. Will people hear more specifics about what the Pentagon is doing?
Oh, absolutely. You're going to hear from an officer who was against using this kind of software. And in August 2021, when the U.S. withdrew something like 120,000 troops from Afghanistan, he was persuaded that this is a good option.
Fascinating. Well, we'll look forward to hearing it.
Absolutely. Every week at this time.
Correct.
Yep, every week.
Great. So, Leah Mosing, thank you for coming over to talk to us as always. And it's the Big Take DC podcast. We need to be specific here, right? We've got a lot of big takes around here. Big Take DC. Go to Apple, Spotify, wherever you do your podcast stuff. Just like the Balance of Power podcast, you'll probably find us side by side. Make sure you subscribe and hear Saleha's story on AI, which is something we're talking about every day around here as NVIDIA continues to set new highs. It just seems to creep into everything that we talk about.
Well, and we know that on Capitol Hill, lawmakers are trying to figure out what legislative responses may be needed in this artificial intelligence boom. Unclear how quickly Congress will move on that, considering Congress has a lot of other things currently in the works, not just in funding potentially for our allies like Ukraine and Israel, but also just funding the U.S. government. And it's at this hour that the House is voting on a number of different matters, Joe. But in very short order, we do expect they will be voting on this continuing resolution, the fourth one of this fiscal year, to keep the government open at least another week while they try to pass 6 spending bills next week.
Well, I guess
in a package.
Dare to dream. 6. That's the minibus you're referring to.
The minibus or megabus.
We'll get our jargon straight here. But yeah, that's a live view of the House floor where this is expected to pass in short order. Then it would go to the Senate, Kaylee. If they get that done without disruption, lawmakers will leave town by the end of this day, having put in a 24-hour work week, but still avoiding a government shutdown on Friday. We'll see what happens when we return next week, having been told repeatedly there'd be no more CRs. It looks like we'll continue living under one. And it's a great opportunity to bring in a new voice on this conversation. Stephanie Murphy is with us, the former Congresswoman from Florida, chiming in now as the House does its work to avoid a government shutdown. Congresswoman, it's great to see you. Thanks for coming back to talk to us on Bloomberg. What do you make of this plan? Is this actually going to work when we start working a week or two in here and we get to some of the more complex and controversial spending bills like Homeland Security, like the Pentagon? Are we going to be talking about a shutdown again next time you join us?
That seems to be the expertise of this Congress. I mean, we have lowered the bar so much that we cheer every time they are able to kick the can down the road a little bit further. And, you know, this is something that should have been passed last September. And, you know, it's really unfortunate that we are governing in, you know, months at a time, weeks at a time of funding for our government. It's almost as if we're a banana republic. This is insanity. But what I hear off of the Hill is that they think they have a deal on these 6 bills and they just need a little more time to put the finishing touches on it and also to give 72 hours for their members to review the content of the bill. My hope is what that really means is that they have resolved the poison pills that the conservative Republicans have put into the spending bills, and that when they come back to actually take a vote on the bills, it will be something that is acceptable to Senate Democrats as well as to Democratic White House.
But probably not acceptable to those conservatives who wanted those policy writers in there. We've heard from a couple of them who are disgruntled. Even last night on Balance of Power, Joe and I spoke with Republican Congressman from South Carolina, Ralph Norman, who called this deal an insult to the American people. We asked him whether or not he thought Speaker Mike Johnson, having promised no more short-term continuing resolutions and now delivering yet another one, if there would be a threat to his gavel like we saw in Kevin McCarthy's case last year. Should Democrats protect Mike Johnson if that were to happen, if for keeping the government funded and open as a consequence, he had a threat to the gavel? Would you advise your colleagues to help him out of that situation?
I think Democrats at the end of the day always are the party that wants to govern. And so I wouldn't be surprised if there are some members of the Democratic Party who would, in this case, try to help here, because shutting down the government is a really serious thing. That affects Americans all across this country, people who are dependent on their jobs in the federal government, people who are dependent on the support that the federal government provides them. There are just so many people who are at the mercy of the politics that are happening in Washington. And I know that Democrats want to govern, so I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to step in and do what was needed in order to ensure that they didn't hurt the average American out there who need their government to function properly.
Well, if they get this done, Congresswoman, there are questions about whether there might be hope for the supplemental request.
Paul from the UK, and I'm the inventor of the gel razor. And today I'm looking for an angel investor to fund my project, the gel razor, whether that's a working concept and working prototype, or manufacturing possibilities with investment, or to get me a licensing deal secured. If you go in any supermarket today, you will see packets of razors sold separately with tins of mousse or gel. Hence I developed the all-in-one. The idea is you pressurise the handle, the gel flows through the reservoir up to the head of the razor, coating the blades, ready for shave. My target market is 18 plus, male or female, male blue version, female pink version. What I'm looking for in an investor is someone who's passionate, determined, shares my vision. That's an important step for me, and willing to succeed as I wanted to succeed myself. Patented in the UK in 2021 September. With copyright protection, I have a logo for the gel razor, which you will see on my LinkedIn profile. Currently working with a company in the US who have done me a lovely sell sheet. Big up to them guys. So if you're interested, contact me on LinkedIn profile, Paul J. Gwilt, GWILT, or email me at mufc219@gmail.com.
Should Democrats be part of that effort? There's been suggestions from some Democratic leadership that they are not on board with Fitzpatrick's plan, but if it gets the aid to Ukraine, why not take what you can get?
Because that's a reasonable thing for somebody on the outside to look at it. But when you're inside that pressure cooker, when you say there's no humanitarian aid and there are border provisions, you've lost a part of the Democratic Party, which means that you have to make that up with Republicans in order to get enough votes for the discharge petition. And that means that you're digging deeper into a Republican Party that has been instructed by the former President Trump not to support this package or any sort of package that provides assistance to Ukraine. And there just aren't that many brave souls in the Republican Party, in my opinion, given, basing that on the votes that have been taken to date. And so I know there's been a lot of conversation about discharge petition, but I also know how hard it is to be in the majority party and sign on to a discharge petition because it is seen as giving power over to the minority.
Well, I can't imagine why you don't want to do this anymore, Congresswoman. I have to ask you while you're with us, as a former member of the January 6th committee, the news we got from the Supreme Court yesterday, it broke late the SCOTUS is going to take up Donald Trump's immunity challenge here, presidential immunity, which is going to delay, maybe indefinitely, Jack Smith's trial on January 6th here in Washington, D.C. If that trial doesn't happen in time for the election, will the Supreme Court be to blame?
I certainly hope that the wheels of justice spin a little bit faster than what anybody is anticipating right now, because it's important that the American people go to the polls in the fall with an understanding as to whether or not what the former president did was legal or illegal, whether or not he is at fault as found by the highest court in this nation. And I think that's an important piece of information for voters to have when they cast their ballot in November, especially if it looks like it's going to be he is the Republican nominee.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, it's not just this case that the Supreme Court is planning to hear in April. They also already have heard arguments in the 14th Amendment case. We just saw in Illinois last night a decision at first to bar him from the ballot on grounds of the 14th Amendment, the insurrection clause, basically the judge making a decision that he did engage in insurrection, therefore shouldn't be able to hold public office. That judge has now stayed that, so he will remain on the ballot for now. But when it comes to this 14th Amendment question, knowing that you did serve on the January 6th committee and dealt with this insurrection question yourself, how would you hope the Supreme Court decides? Should they give Trump a chance to be on the ballot despite what happened on January 6th?
I think how I hope they decide is probably a little bit different than what I realize politically is realistic on what they will decide. I think given their comments during the Colorado, hearing the arguments for the Colorado case where Colorado barred him for the ballot, it doesn't look like they are going to find that it's okay for states to keep him off the ballot for having participated in insurrection. But I do understand that the roots of that provision is to prevent somebody who couldn't win at the ballot from being able to take the position by force, and to provide some level of accountability and punishment for that kind of behavior. And unfortunately, I don't think that it's probably going to keep him off the ballot.
I don't want to get you in trouble here, Congresswoman, but do you still communicate with your former colleagues on the January 6th committee? Did you text each other after that headline last night?
I won't get into the specifics of when we talk to each other, but we do stay in touch. I think you can't go through the intense experience that we had on the January 6th committee without building lifelong bonds that, we certainly stay in touch. And of course, we're all watching to see what happens here over the next few months and into this fall.
I know you share a lot of realities having come off that experience together. Congresswoman, we thank you for joining us today as the House does its work here to avoid a shutdown. It's good to see you. Stephanie Murphy, former Democratic Congresswoman from Florida. Not a lot of hope, it sounds like she has, to avoid a shutdown at the end of this next continuing resolution.
Right. A shutdown may still happen eventually at some point. And Speaker Mike Johnson, speaking to press on Capitol Hill just a few minutes ago, said it should be the last continuing resolution that passes today. But I guess should be isn't exactly a guarantee. Yes.
All right, we point things to New York now. And of course, Carol Massar, Tim Stenovic are standing by on Bloomberg Business Week because we got important data. We haven't even talked about PCE data
right. How
today,
could you
Kaylee.
not?
What do we need to know here, Carol?
It is
There's too much happening in Washington.
I was just going to say, it's not like you guys don't have a full plate or anything, but the most read story in the Bloomberg all day today is about the Fed's preferred inflation gauge. And Tim, right, coming spot on exactly what the forecast said it would
Yeah,
do.
we got Michael McKee, International Economics and Policy Correspondent, standing by. He's going to give us the nitty-gritty, tell us what we need to pay attention to. And
nitty gritty?
Yeah, well, everyone's kind of breathing a sigh of relief. He does everything.
I
bet it's pretty clean up there. I don't know. By the way, Michael McKee he's always talking to us about politics too. Smartest guy in the room.
Knows
Michael
everything.
McKee.
Totally agree. Hands down. McKee for president. There it is.
You're here. I think I would place that vote, wouldn't you, Kaylee?
I'd vote for Mike.
Okay, she thought about it. I'll meet you at 5 o'clock on Balance of Power because
just
Bloomberg,
for dramatic effect.
Business Week starts right now.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Live on Bloomberg Radio and television, on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. It is Leap Thursday.
When was the last time you said it was February 29th, Carol? That's what I want to know.
4 years ago?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
It is our Leap Day Thursday, February 29th. Very good afternoon, everybody. Carol Masser along with Tim Stedevik. And let's get to the setup at this hour, because safe to say, Tim, it does feel like investors breathing a sigh of relief following this morning's inflation report. The Fed's preferred. Yes, it did increase by the most in a year, but it came in exactly as forecast.
Yeah, bond yields coming down. So that's where we start, Carol. We're going to break down the Fed's preferred inflation metric and how it fits into this week's deluge. And I think it's fair to say it absolutely was a deluge of economic data.
A lot of stuff, right, that got dumped our way. Also, we're going to get into the battle when it comes to Guyana's oil riches. The battle is definitely on as Exxon plays hardball with Chevron. You don't normally see this in the industry, but our own Alex Steele is going to be along to kind of lay it out for us and maybe what comes next.
Shares of the company formerly known as Weight Watchers, WW, are down more than 23%. This is Oprah says bye-bye to its board. More on the news and future of the company formerly known as Weight Watchers.
And we're going to hear from the five-time Grand Slam tennis champ. We're talking about Maria Sharapova. She is in the first episode of The Deal with Alex Rodriguez and our Jason Kelly. So looking forward to talking with Jason about that.
All that and more over the next hour. First up, though, we check the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie Pell.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We are looking at a mixed picture for U.S. equities right now. The Dow lower, S&P, NASDAQ, they are both advancing right now. S&P higher now by 17 points at 5,087. That is a gain now of 0.3%. Dow Industrials down 18, decline there of less than 0.1%, while NASDAQ is up 93, higher by 0.6%. Traders fearing another disappointing inflation report got a degree of relief after the Fed's favored price gauge was spot on with estimates. More with our Michael McGee coming up in just a moment. 10-year 4.23%. 2-year right now 4.61%. Spot gold up 0.6% right now, 2,046 the ounce. Bitcoin up 0.3, 60,750 now on Bitcoin, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil flat on the day, 78.54 a barrel. Duolingo on this leap day, leaping the most in almost 2 years after its earnings and outlook beat analyst expectations with its embrace of artificial intelligence, lowering costs, and an expansion into math and music courses, attracting new learners. Right now we got Duolingo up by 17.9%. So again, recapping a mixed Thursday here. The Dow lower, the S&P and NASDAQ both higher. S&P right now up by about 17 points, up 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Okay, so maybe not quite yet the time to crack open the Perrier Jouet, if I may say.
Carol, really good pronunciation of that.
I had to Google it.
Okay. Why not? Mike McKee's here. We can do that.
We could do it.
It's Thursday. It's a leap day.
Yeah. Let's talk about, though, the report.
Underlying. I thought about champagne.
Well, we'll talk about maybe the price of champagne. Let's just bring Mike in, because let's get to the report and what we got. It is the report, Mike, we have been talking about for a while here. We know this is the one that the Fed watches. Tell us what we got and why there was a bit of sigh of relief here.
Well, the sigh of relief was it wasn't worse. The numbers came in on a month-over-month basis higher than they had in previous months. The core rate was up on a month-over-month basis, 0.4, which was the highest in a year, and it sounds terrible. But because of base effects and the progress they've made on disinflation on the year-over-year basis, we continued to see the PCE and the core go down. And that's what people want to see, because that's what the Fed wants to see. We're still a ways from 2% if you're using core as sort of your measuring stick at 2.8%. But there was progress. And the economy's not doing badly. People, boy, personal income went up 1%. And wages still went up 0.4%, which is healthy. Spending was a little weak, but remember there was a lot of storms in January. People didn't go out. We know they didn't buy cars and things like that. So overall, this is the Goldilocks soft landing story continued.
So break open the champagne, in other words.
I knew you'd get around to that.
It's only 2 o'clock.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes, go right ahead.
So, Mike, remind us why this is the Fed's preferred measure of inflation. Why do we care so much about PCE and over CPI, for example?
Well, basically, the PCE is a bit broader, but it also is a little bit more reflective of what people are spending on. It includes a lot of imputed data, which is data that they try to figure out by measuring parts of the economy rather than just prices, because they don't have prices on things like financial, like portfolio management was one of the biggest movers, up 5% in the month because the markets are doing so well.
Right.
So they're looking at the markets and they're looking at the gain in the markets and they're guessing sort of what the commissions would be, et cetera, and the fees, and they impute a number from that. But that's not counted in the CPI. And for example, the CPI will measure what you pay for your monthly car insurance, whereas the PCE will measure what you pay, and it also measures what value you get. In other words, how much will your policy pay if you're in an accident? And of course, that has to keep likely going up because cars keep getting more expensive. So that's the kind of thing that's the difference between them. And so the Fed just prefers it. They normally don't run very far apart, but they have been running far apart over the last year.
Well, as an economist, I mean, what do you trust as really kind of telling the true picture of inflation? Because I do feel like there's a bit of a debate when it comes to some of the economic statistics that are out there about whether they not, accurately reflect what's going on in the U.S. economy. How do you see it? Because I feel like, Mike, you're so good at kind of pulling in, yes, government statistics, real world statistics. I don't know. How do you see it?
They actually had this debate on the podcast with Tracy Alloway and Joe Weisenthal today, and the experts they were talking to basically came down, I think, about where I would come down, that there are so many different measures, and even though there's a wedge between the PCE and CPI, it's about 100 basis points now. It's normally somewhere between 35 and 50, so it's not very wide. And really, we can't say, given all the different measures, exactly what inflation is.
Right.
So the CPI has the most categories. It's the most up to date. The PPI and the CPI feed into PCE. So PCE depends on CPI. So I guess I would go with the CPI. That doesn't mean I think that the 3.9% is where we should be. There's a lot of talk of the Fed maybe changing its inflation target to maybe 3% or something like that. But overall, maybe the CPI.
But that's just talk. The Fed has denied that they're going to do that many, many times over the last year.
Well, they're denying it now because if you do it now, when you have this situation, you're moving the goalposts.
Right.
They do now have a procedure so that every 5 years they look at their monetary policy framework, and that's coming up in 2025.
So do you think that given what we've seen over the last 18 months with the data, Mike, that they would consider actually changing it when there is a time to do that?
I think they would. 2% was never a number written in stone. It was what the New Zealand central bank adopted a number of years ago, and it sort of became a de facto standard. And the idea was basically what's not too high and not too low. Because if you're too
What's
low,
the Goldilocks number?
You have no way to lower rates if you're
right
at zero. And if you're too high, then people get mad because you have inflation. So they pick 2%. They could easily pick 3%, and people have been urging that on them for years. So it's something I'm sure they'll talk about.
All right, so the data this week, we all were kind of leading up, I feel like in a big way, to this Thursday report of PCE core and the read on inflation that the Fed follows. The narrative, if you put it all together, including some of the other data points that we got today, is there one clear narrative or a bit of a mixed narrative?
It's a mostly clear narrative that the economy is doing well. Interesting number we haven't mentioned and didn't get a lot of attention today because of the PCE was pending home sales really tanked in the last month. And that's maybe a sign that we're seeing the higher mortgage rates bite, which is, despite Elizabeth Warren's desires, that's what the Fed wants to see.
Right.
So we seem to be doing and getting what the Fed is looking for. Next week we'll see jobs, and if the jobs numbers hold in, it'll tell you that the other side of their mandate is doing well, and that's the feeling that they will hold in. So at this point, we get volatility.
Jay Powell
but no
was
real
right
change.
saying, hey, the economy's good.
Jay Powell was reasonably right. I don't know if you saw the Wall Street Journal story today about whether Chris Waller or Larry Summers was right. And Nick Timmerman from the Wall Street Journal comes down on Chris Waller's side that we didn't have to have 6% unemployment.
So it's interesting to hear that. We did speak to someone yesterday who said that we've already had a soft landing. Chris Ailman over at CalSTRS, excuse me. Are we going to start seeing more of that, Mike? Are people going to finally say, okay, we can declare that this landing has happened and has indeed been a soft one?
Yeah, it's kind of at what point do you consider the economy landed? There have been people who say we've been on the runway for a while, and others say, well, it's never quite there. So it'll be a couple of months, probably when the Fed starts cutting rates. If we get to that point, that would suggest that we're still making a lot of progress towards sustainable low inflation, and you could call that a soft landing. Other people will look back in history and say, well, this has been a soft landing. The Fed's done a pretty good job.
Feels like it.
They'll never say it.
Goldilocks says it's okay.
It's like jinxing yourself, but they will feel it.
All right, we're going to leave it there. I almost don't want to let Mike go because I feel like who's coming in, this is like my perfect cocktail party.
All right, we didn't ask Alex if she's ready for champagne to celebrate the economy here.
Are you ready for champagne?
She's got a show to do, too.
Isn't that the answer always yes to that? I don't understand the question, Mike.
So whenever offered, yes?
Of course. Champagne, Prosecco, Rosé. Done.
All right, we're going to say thanks to Michael McKee, Bloomberg News International Economics and Policy Correspondent. So it seems like we're very clear in terms of the narrative on the U.S. economy. What's not clear, though, is kind of, Tim, what's going on in the energy patch right now, which is why we wanted to talk to Alex.
Okay, so it's rare for disputes between any of the world's super major oil companies to spill out in public, and it's even rarer that one could end up costing $53 billion. So why are oil giants playing a potentially costly battle over Guyana's coastal waters? Well, it has to do with rights in the world's fastest growing oil project.
All right, so let's get to it. Someone who understands the oil space, both from the business and commodity perspectives. We are like, hail all things Alex Steele.
Okay.
She's Bloomberg Radio and TV anchor. It's the truth, and everybody who's listening and watching knows it. All right, so tell us about this battle, why everybody wants this exposure. Tell us why it's so complicated, too.
So first of all, Kevin Crowley did a great piece on Bloomberg. You should definitely check it out. Some in-depth reporting there. But basically, Guyana's super great. It's great for two reasons. One, it has a lot of reserves, and oil majors aren't exploring anymore because if you don't know what the demand profile is going to be in 40 years, why are you going to pump billions and billions of dollars into something you don't know even has oil, right? Guyana does. Its break even is also like $35 a barrel. Now shale is like 50. So the cost profile is really juicy. So basically Chevron's buying Hess, but because of this asset. So usually if you have a joint venture with CNOOC and Exxon and Hess do, a joint venture doesn't cover a full takeover. But Exxon's just not going to let that nice 30% stake in Guyana go to Chevron without a fight.
And Exxon's had a deal for a long time. Or what's the contract that they've had?
It's a joint venture. It's Exxon, CNOOC, and Hess.
Okay.
So those three have a joint venture in Guyana. They're all developing it. They're all part of it. They've had that for a very, very long time. But this Hess portfolio, this is the crown jewel for Hess. So without this, the need to buy Hess from Chevron is not that great. So it's really about Guyana. Now if Mike Wirth of Chevron went to go buy that asset, then Exxon can step in and say, nah, we have right of first refusal. True. But in a takeover bid, it's a little bit different.
So it sounds like at the end of the day, the lawyers are going to make a lot of money here.
And someone in Hess's law team, maybe not so much.
Okay.
because maybe
you bring up a really good point. I'm thinking, why is this coming out now?
Yeah.
Isn't this the type of thing that should be surfaced during due diligence? And then when a deal is announced, there's sort of a carve out here that takes this into account?
Yep. You are absolutely right.
I mean, I'm not a lawyer.
But you should play one on TV.
Tess is calling, and they want to hire you.
But
so basically,
it's kind of surprising to see this now.
This is a Chevron due diligence thing. It's also a Hess lawyer thing. So it's all of those combined. Now, there was one successful attempt at doing something similar. So let me break it down for you. So Total Energies Canada and ConocoPhillips Canada had an interest together, a joint venture in a project. Now, Suncor came along and tried to buy Total Energies' interest in that project. And Conoco said, nah, no thanks. We want it. We get right of first refusal. And they did. And then eventually things had to be rejiggered. But that was different because it was an asset. It's not like Suncor went to Total and said, I'm buying the whole company. That, first of all, that couldn't happen. But let's just say that did. That would be different. And that's where the lines are drawn a little bit. Because it's not unusual for these companies to work together in big projects for decades.
So why can't they all get along and play together and do, it's a big project, massive.
That's what I'm trying to understand too. Like, what does Exxon get out of this? Like, okay, let's just game it out for a second. Chevron walks away. Okay, so status quo, nothing changes. Maybe they get a little bit of percentage, maybe from Guyana's asset. Okay, maybe some of it winds up going to the government, which then makes Guyana like Exxon a lot. I don't know. Like, I don't quite understand what the end goal is.
Hold on, did you just game out Chevron walking away from this deal?
No, not that they're going to.
Okay.
I don't think they can.
That's what I'm.
Unless the lawyers come in and say you absolutely cannot buy this, Exxon will win this. I don't think that Chevron's going to walk away, because what this says is that it is desperate times for oil companies to find assets. Shale is shale, and you're seeing a lot of mergers. But shale can't be your only bet because it's short cycle. So eventually the oil in the ground is going to come out and then it's going to tail off, right? So you need something to replace it. They're not going to go buy and explore something very different. Tenzing, which is also an asset that Chevron has, that's near, it's good to go. Like, okay, operational issues are done. We can kind of go forward with this. What's next? What's the next thing that they have? They don't have that. No oil company has that except for Guyana.
Yeah.
And that's why they really need it.
So what do you think happens next, or what's the timeline that you're kind of like? You talked to both the Chevron and Hess executives on the deal. So I don't know. You know this world. What's going on? What's next?
So it's supposed to be not diluted for shareholders in 2025. What I just can't tell you is that this will just get pushed out. So if they were going to reap the benefits of this in 2025, maybe it's is it 2016? It just pushes that benefit out for shareholders. I think it's going to be a hard hill to climb for Chevron to walk away. I don't know where else they would go.
I mean, yeah.
Go ahead.
So in the end, ultimately they figure out a way for everybody to get a
now,
piece of
knowing that if I'm a host, I really want the reporter to say yes or no. So I understand what Carol's doing with a minute on the clock. The generalist, I have no idea.
Yeah.
It feels like it feels like what I'm reading from analysts is that it will happen, but it will be a longer time frame and a lot more difficult than everybody was expecting. We were expecting things like Venezuela to get involved, or the DOJ or FTC maybe to get involved, but definitely not Exxon. No one was thinking about that.
It's really kind of crazy. It's pretty amazing. And I do love the bigger, broader story of the consolidation that's going on. It's pretty wild.
She didn't give us a yes or no, but that was pretty darn good.
All hail to the
Queen. I really tried.
All hail to the Queen. Bloomberg Radio and TV anchor Alex Still, you are so much. Quick headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. The House passing a temporary funding bill to avert a Saturday partial U.S. government shutdown, sending the bill to the Senate, Tim, for a vote as soon as Thursday night.
Okay, so politics still front and center, of course.
Yeah. It's going to extend funds for some departments, just keep it in mind, through March 8th and others through March 22nd. So they still have to work out a deal.
Hey, I'm watching shares of WW International.
Not
down
so
close
good.
to 25% as we speak. This is Oprah says goodbye to the company board. More on that next.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 2:21 the time right now on Wall Street. We have got the Dow back in the green right now, looking at a 9-point advance for the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Little changed. Earlier today, we did have the Dow down 139 points, but right now in the green, higher by 8. S&P up 20 at 5,090, higher by 0.4%. NASDAQ Composite Index up 104 right now, higher by about 0.7%. Traders fearing another disappointing inflation report did get a degree of relief this morning after the Fed's favored price gauge was spot on with estimates. 10-year 4.23% now, the 2-year 4.61%. Spot gold now up 0.6%, up $11.50 the ounce to $2,046. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.4%, 78.26 a barrel, and Bitcoin up 1%, 61,141 right now on Bitcoin. Snowflake shares are plunging after earnings. The software maker delivered a disappointing sales forecast. It also announced that CEO Frank Slootman is stepping down from the role. Right now, we got Snowflake down by 18.4%. Again, recapping, stocks are advancing with the S&P now up 20, up by 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Got to talk a little bit about WW International. Shares dropping, falling earnings last night, and news that Oprah Winfrey said she's preparing to leave its board. We've been talking about it all day here at Bloomberg. Stock down nearly 27% at its lows today, lowest point since they began trading back in 2001. And you might recall that back in 2015, that's when Oprah signed on, bought a 10% stake in the company. That news and move revived the stock for a while, and the narrative, Tim, around the company.
Well, that narrative changing again today, and news of Oprah's departure, delivering the latest blow to the obesity-focused company that's struggling to stay relevant in the Ozempic era. We got a great roundtable joining us to discuss the news and the environment that WW exists in. Bloomberg News reporter Jerry Smith is with us right now, and Bloomberg News health reporter Madison Mueller, both here in the studio. Good to have you both with us. Hey, Jerry, I want to start with you because we did see the stock, WW stock, drop last night following quarterly results and the news that Oprah was leaving the board. What's bigger here? Is it the results, or is it Oprah no longer being on the board here?
I mean, I think Oprah is, deciding that she's not going to run for re-election on the board is a big deal. I can't think of many celebrity brand relationships that are more iconic than her relationship with Weight Watchers. So for her to no longer be on the board, I think investors saw that as, a potential concern.
To be fair, and we're going to bring up the chart again for everybody. We just showed it. I mean, the chart of WW shares, what they have done since Oprah came on board, and you could see that uptick. That was shortly after she came on board, hitting a high, and then it's just been kind of a tougher slog, if you will, since then. Madison, come on in on here. We've talked with you two about WW. I mean, they've got a new strategy moving forward.
Right. And I think that this is sort of in a time when they are trying to make their brand appear to be relevant still and really get people, signed on to the idea that Weight Watchers is still needed, that it's relevant. Like, Oprah leaving at this time is just it's not good for the image when they're already struggling with their image. It's sort of a double whammy.
You know what's kind of crazy is she's doing exactly, right, Jerry, with what the company's trying to do. They're saying, we're going to embrace these new weight loss drugs. That's what she has done, too.
Yeah, I mean, I think the company itself, it's been fascinating how, it's a fundamental shift in how we think about weight loss.